Here we go. Good morning. We are now live from council chambers.
All right, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge that City of Edmonton acknowledges the land on which we reside is Treaty 6 territory. We would like to thank the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Nehio, Dene, Anishinaabe, Nikora Iska, and Nitsitapi peoples. We also acknowledge that this is the Métis homeland and the home to one of the largest communities of Inuit south of 60th parallel. It is a welcoming place for all people joining us virtually, can you give thumbs up if you can hear us? Or say yes? Got it. All right. Okay. All right. We had already. So adoption of the agenda needs to be done again, right? Because we were not able to vote.
We didn't call the vote, but we have all of the votes. We have 12 votes.
So can you please display the votes for the adoption of the agenda? All right, that is carried. Okay, now I want to officially welcome the students from St. Vladimir School with their teacher Matthew Sharwa. There we go. And your ward counselor is Counselor Principe, Ward Teswiniwak, right? So thank you so much for joining us. Counselor Principe, go ahead, yeah.
Yes, I already had the pleasure of meeting this class a couple of times. They're wonderful students. And I was just mentioning that Mr. Sharwa was also my son's teacher. Wonderful teacher.
Right on. Mr. Sharwa, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for bringing kids to City Hall. Really appreciate that. Okay, but don't go away yet, because this next protocol item is very important, and I'm glad that you joined us. I did start with this meeting with the land acknowledgement that we are treaty 6 people, and I want to carry on with that. So today, on behalf of City Council, I would also like to express appreciation to the Committee of Indigenous Patriarchs for their hard work and effort in naming our council wards. Their gift of traditional names helps us to honor these sacred places in Edmonton and to preserve the history for future generations. To celebrate this important gift, new nameplates have been installed in the council chambers. You can see that right here. In addition to communicating the names of each council colleague, these new plates show the name of the ward they represent. And I'll start. Nikoda Iska, Councillor Knack, Nurknik, Councillor Rutherford, Taswiniwak, Councillor Principe, and Dane, that is Councillor Paquette. He will be joining us shortly. And Odemin is Councillor Stevenson. Ward Métis is Councillor Salvador. And Sipiniwak, Councillor Hamilton. And Papasteo, Councillor Jans. Fihisawin, Councillor Cartmel. And Ipikoknipi Oste, Councillor Rice. And Ward Gar-i-Hio, Councillor Tang. And Sapomitapi, Councillor Wright. And so that is it. And to celebrate this gift, and these names have been installed, and so please make sure that in addition to communicating the name of each council colleagues, which I have said, what I would encourage everyone present and all Edmontonians is to visit edmonton.ca/indigenous ward names to learn more about these names, their language of origin, and the history behind them. Together, we call upon our collective and honor traditions and spirits to continue our work in building a great city for today and for future generations. All right, so that is with protocols. Are there any other protocols? No. Now I will call the bylaws. All right, introductory remarks. The clerk will call out the bylaws to be dealt with. I will call out the names of the people registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council members will select the bylaws that they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Those in favor will speak first in panels, followed by those opposed in panels. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions of those who presented in response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand functions as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. As Edmonton transitions from provincial mask mandates and city temporary mask bylaw, we ask visitors to council chamber to be kind and respectful to each other. You can wear a mask to protect yourself and those around you, and please respect people's personal decisions around wearing masks. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's direction to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. At this time, I will ask City Clerk, may you please call the bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, Charter Bylaw 20403, to rezone land to facilitate the creation of a low-density residential lot, Kavanaugh?
We have no one in favor, and we have no one in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.2, Charter Bylaw 20411, to facilitate the development of a drainage infrastructure, Chappelle?
We have in favor Jamie Kitlarchuk to answer questions only, and no one is in opposition. I'll check if Jamie is joining us remotely.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Item 3.3, Charter Bylaw 20422, to allow for low-density residential uses, a public park, and the protection of a natural area, Chappelle.
We have Rod Hinrichs to answer questions only, joining remotely. Rod, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. And Peter Sukalis to answer questions only, joining remotely. Peter? Okay. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to items 3.4, items 3.4 and 3.5 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.4, Bylaw 20414, to close a portion of Lessard Road Northwest, Edgemont, or item 3.5, Charter Bylaw 20415, to allow for the development of a stormwater management facility and for a variety of housing choices, Edgemont?
We have Christine Lee to answer questions only. Christine, joining remotely. Are you there?
I'm here. Yep. And I believe Rihanna is also
Okay.
here as well.
And Rihanna Rahman to answer questions only, joining remotely.
Good morning.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.6, Charter Bylaw 20418, to allow for the development of multi-unit housing, low-density residential, and a shared-use path, Horse Hill Neighborhood 1A?
We have Ryan Edick to answer questions only in favor in person. There you are, Ryan. And Andrew Olson to answer questions only in person. Both of you are here. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.7 and 3.8 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.7, Bylaw 20423, to amend the Edgemont Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, or item 3.8, Charter Bylaw 20424, to allow for a variety of low-density residential uses, mid-rise, multi-unit housing, and stormwater management facilities, Edgemont?
We have Rod Hendricks to answer questions only in favor. Rod, you're there? Yep.
Yes.
And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.9 and 3.10 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.9, Bylaw 20406, to amend the Oliver Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.10, Charter Bylaw 20407, to allow for convenience, commercial, and personal service uses, which are intended to serve the day-to-day needs of residents? Oliver?
We have Hoda Sabo joining us in person or remotely to answer questions only.
It appears that Hoda might be online.
Okay, I'll check again. Hoda Sabo to answer questions only, joining remotely. Okay, and no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.11, Charter Bylaw 20410, to allow for a mix of small-scale housing, Sherwood?
We have no one in in favor, and no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.12 and 3.13 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to items 3.12, Bylaw 20412, to amend the Jasper Place Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.13, Charter Bylaw 20413, to allow for medium-rise multi-unit housing, Britannia Youngstown?
We have Marcelo Figueira joining remotely.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi.
Okay, and you're making a presentation, right? Or you're to answer questions only?
But only if council needs a presentation, I can definitely do one. Have one.
Okay, thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.14 and 3.15 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.14, Bylaw 20416, to amend the Central McDougall Queen Mary Park Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.15, Charter Bylaw 20417, to allow for multi-unit housing in the form of row housing, Central McDougall?
We have Ryan Baroob in person. There you are. And Dhavan Jain remotely. Dhavan Jain, sorry. And Ryan, are you here for questions only or a presentation? Presentation, okay. Okay, no worries. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.16 and 3.17 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.16, Amendment to the Northwest Industrial Area Outline Plan, or item 3.17, Charter Bylaw 20419, to allow opportunities for education services on a developed site, Gagnon Estate Industrial?
We have Adam Shamchak to answer questions only in favor, joining remotely. Adam Shamchak,
Yes, I'm here. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
thank you, and no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.18, Charter Bylaw 20420, to allow for small-scale infill development Glenora?
We have in favor Elson Rossland, joining remotely. Elson, are you there?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Jeff Booth, in person. There you are, Jeff. And Michael Tasiak, in person, in favor. And we have two members of the community in opposition, Wendy Atoniak to answer questions only, Old Glenora Conservation Association person. Wendy, are you here? Oh, there you are. And Dushan Bedvarsi, joining remotely. Dushan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Item 3.19, or is there anyone to speak to item 3.19, Charter Bylaw 20360, to allow for medium-rise multi-unit housing, Boyle Street?
We have Bladen Dibben to answer questions only in person. There you are. And Brian Middleton to answer questions only in person. Okay. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.20 and 3.21 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.20, Bylaw 20408, Amendment to the Strathcona Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.21, Charter Bylaw 20409, to expand opportunities for exterior patio space and facilitate the continued viability of the commercial hotel in recognition of the unique building and site and its function within the core of Old Set Strathcona?
We have Rose Ortelieb Ross Properties in person. There you are. And Henning Witt in person. Henning Witt is not here. And we have two members of public in opposition, Jim Ortelieb in person. So you're in opposition, Jim? Jim, you're in opposition, right? Okay. And Mark Wilson joining us remotely.
Hello.
Okay, in opposition. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.22 and 3.23 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.22, Bylaw 20404, Amendment to the West Ingle Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.23, Charter Bylaw 20405, to allow for a mix of small-scale housing, Inglewood?
We have Amy Stewart to answer questions only in favor, in person. There you are, Amy. And Harpreet Singh to answer questions only in person. Okay. Harpreet will be joining us later on. That's in favor. And in opposition, we have number of community members. Chad Omen to answer questions only in person.
I also have a presentation, Your Mayor.
Okay. So you are remotely. Daryl Niedermeyer remotely.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Reg Kons remotely.
Yes, I'm present. Thank you.
Nara Handus.
Yes, I'm present.
Okay. And Christy Wendell remotely. Christy, are you there? Angie Taliani joining.
Yes, I'm there, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that's it. And now selections. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll select item 3.18, please.
3.18, okay. Okay, the list disappeared. Here you go. Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to select item 3.7 and 3.8 for the purpose of postponement.
Yeah, 3.7, 3.8, okay. Councillor Stevenson?
Well, I just want to confirm with our speakers in favor for 3.14 and 3.15. Did you want to present only if the item is selected? Okay, so
that's what your intent is, that if it's selected, then you want to make a presentation? Okay, got it.
perfect. So I actually have no selections then. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, I'll select 3.21 and 3.22.
3.22?
And 21.
No, it'll be 3.22, 3.23.
Oh, yes, sorry,
yeah,
3.2.
yeah.
Yes, sorry, thank you.
Yeah,
Too many papers to go through.
no
Thank
worries.
you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice?
I would like to select 3.2 and 3.3.
3.2 and 3.3. Okay. Councillor Jans?
320 and 321, please.
320 and 321. Okay. Okay, so those are the selections. So we have selected 3.2, 3.3, 3.7, 3.8 for postponement, 3.18, 3.20, 3.21, and through 3.22 and 3.23. And I'll go to Councillor Cartmel to move the balance.
Can I, Mayor Sohi, I apologize, but we did just get notice that there is one new registered speaker for item 3.11. They are in favor, and they're to answer questions only, but we wanted you to have that information.
Okay, item 3.11, Charter Bylaw 204102 to allow for a mix of small-scale housing, Sherwood. What is the name of the person?
Niraj Nath.
Niraj Nav, are you there?
I don't believe they've joined yet.
To answer questions only, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, that's if it's selected. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay, we acknowledge that. All right, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move closure of the public hearing on items 3.1, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.9, 310, 311, 312, 313, 314, 315, 316, 317, and 319.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Okay, so please vote.
We're waiting on 2 votes.
Mine's not showing up. Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have 12 votes. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We're just waiting on 1 vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have 12 votes.
Display the votes, please.
Apparently, it's not displaying, but it was 12 in favor, 0 against, 1 absent.
Okay, thank you. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of the aforementioned items.
Second?
So please vote for consideration.
We have all 12 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20403, Bylaw 20414, Charter Bylaw 20415, Charter Bylaw 20418, Bylaw 20406, Charter Bylaw 20407, Charter Bylaw 20410, Bylaw 20412, Charter Bylaw 20413, Bylaw 20416, Charter Bylaw 20417, amendment to the Northwest Industrial Area Outline, Charter Bylaw 20419, and Charter Bylaw 20360.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all 12 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
And Mayor Sohi, just a note, for item 3.16, that was not a bylaw, but a report with a recommendation.
Okay.
So I believe that will have to be moved separately.
Yeah, 3.17?
3.16.
3.16.
I'll second Councillor Rutherford's motion.
Okay, so please vote.
We have all 12 votes.
Display the votes, please.
I apologize. It was displayed. It was 12 in favor, 0 against, 1 absent.
So that is carried. Okay. I have to leave for an event. So I ask that Councillor Jans is joining us remotely. I don't know if Councillor Stevenson want to carry on with the proceeding. Councillor Jans, you okay with that? Or you want to carry on the proceeding remotely?
No, Councillor Stevenson, please.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson, can you please carry on the
With pleasure.
rest of the, I'll be back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Our first item up is item 3.2. I believe that was selected by Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, did you want a presentation?
No, I just have a quick question to administration.
Great, so we'll move straight to the questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I know this this bylaw and specifically is to develop some basic to facilitate the development of drainage infrastructure in Chappelle area. So my question is about, is this a shared cost infrastructure? And can you provide more details and for this development?
Thank you, Councillor. I believe the cost will be borne by the developer.
So it's fully covered by the developer. Our city will not share any.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I just need that clarification and I can move the public hearing close.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
We have all 11 votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
I move this bylaw for the first reading.
Second?
Thank you. Please vote.
We are just waiting on one vote. We have all 11 votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
I move this bylaw for the second reading.
Second?
Thank you. Please vote. I always forget to. I just have working my pen.
We have all 11 votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
I move the bylaw for the consideration of third reading.
Second?
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all 11 votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried.
I move that the chart bylaw 20411 for the final reading of third reading.
Second?
Thank you. Please vote for the third reading.
We're just waiting on one vote. Councillor Tang, we're just waiting on your vote.
Oh, I voted yes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tang.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Now, I apologize. I should have gone first to Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, did you want to vote to bring 3.7 and 3.8 forward?
Yeah, I was going to move to bring 3.7 and 3.8 forward for the purpose of postponement.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. All in favor, or everyone vote?
Point of order.
Oh, apologies.
My understanding is that we should hear from the proponent as to why the postponement. Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Okay.
So yes, please vote.
We have all 11 votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. So yes.
Now, I will move postponement of items 3.7 and 3.8.
Second.
Thank you. Just in terms of process, Councillor Rutherford, did you have questions on the motion?
I think the legal would like to speak.
Great.
Yeah. So there's no requirement to hear from the proponent. In this case, they're the ones that have requested the postponement. It's not as tricky of a situation as we had last time. So you can, if that is your pleasure as the chair of the meeting, but there's certainly no requirement to hear from the proponent at this time.
No, I just was under the impression that with the public hearing process that we should, but I get there's a distinction with regards to the last one, so I'm comfortable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I see Councillor Tang, you're on the board. Did you have questions?
Yeah, I was just wondering if someone can remind me the reason for postponement. I don't have all the sheets in front of me, or is this the same as last time?
I'll turn it over to administration.
Thank you. The reason for postponement is it came to the awareness that the sign was not in place on the site.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you for that clarification. So with seeing no one else on the board, I will just ask for a vote on the postponement, please.
We have all 11 votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. We will now bounce back to item 3.3. Again, that was selected by Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, did you wish to have a presentation on that?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll turn it to administration for a brief presentation.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone 31.7 hectares in southwest Edmonton from the agricultural zone, the row housing zone, the residential small lot zone, and the planned lot residential zone to the residential low density zone, the public parks zone, and the metropolitan recreation zone, and amend the North Saskatchewan River Valley Ravine System Protection Overlay. Next slide, please. The site is located in the western portion of the Chappelle neighborhood, and the Whitemouth Creek extends through the site. The surrounding area is generally underdeveloped and planned for low-density residential housing. A school and transit service are within a 5-minute walk east along Chappelle Green southwest. A shared path runs through the school site and through the neighborhood along a pipeline corridor. Next slide, please. As part of public engagement for this application, 21 advance notices were sent to surrounding landowners and the Chappelle Community League. No comments were received. Next slide, please. This application proposes to rezone the eastern portion of the site to RLD, which allows for flexibility of lot sizes to accommodate a mix of residential development, including single detached, semi-detached, and duplex housing. The RLD zone is compatible in height and scale with the existing low-density residential zone surrounding the sites. The AP zone will slightly increase the size of a planned park in the center of the site, and the A zone will allow for the protection of the natural areas within the Whitemouth Creek Ravine. The North Saskatchewan River Valley and Ravine System Protection Overlay will also be amended to account for an increase in land designated as environmental reserve. Next slide, please. This application conforms to the Chappelle Neighborhood Area Structure Plan and aligns with the city plan by accommodating future growth for an additional 1 million population within Edmonton's existing boundaries, and by protecting and enhancing a system of interconnected natural areas. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that Charter Bylaw 20422 be approved because it contributes to the protection of the river, valley, and ravine system. It will facilitate the orderly development of the neighborhood, and it conforms to the Chappelle Neighborhood Area Structure Plan and aligns with the goals and policies of the city plan by accommodating future growth for an additional 1 million population within Edmonton's existing boundaries. This concludes my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Councillor Rice, I'll go to you first for questions.
Okay, so I do have a few questions to administration only, not to the developers.
Right, my apologies. I think then it's okay to go straight to questions of administration?
That's correct. If there's no one else for questions of the proponent, then.
I'll just give a moment for any other colleagues wanting to jump on. Great. Thank you, Councillor Rice. You can go forward with questions to administration.
Thank you. So the first question, I do notice this rezoning and rezoned to the different type of rezoning in the one area. For the land purpose to become for one piece of rezoning is a metropolitan recreation zone, will this land be left as a production area, or has that intention to let it be explored and used by?
Can you repeat the question, Councillor?
Yes, I can repeat one more time. And because the one piece of rezoning is to become the metropolitan recreation zone, will this line be left as a production area, or is intent to left it as explored and used by residents?
I believe the intention would be that it's going to be left in its natural state.
So that means residents don't have that access or explore or to use this area. Recreation is called the metropolitan recreation zone.
Councillor, this is Tim Ford here. Typically, a metropolitan recreation zone is an area left in its natural state for the enjoyment of residents. It's to be left generally undisturbed. Occasionally, we put some infrastructure in there where it's to provide safety for residents to access, maybe steep areas or something like that. But overall, it will be left wherever it can as it is today.
Okay, so the additional infrastructure will put on, and then that infrastructure is a part of the responsibility of developers, or is part of the responsibility of city?
It's typically the responsibility of the city, but we try to leave it in its natural state. It is the river valley in its pure state, let's say.
Okay.
So the idea is not to disturb it wherever possible.
Okay, thank you for that. And then the sixth question is about the green spaces, like I said, because we have the one rezoning to the public parks. And then do you have the information about how many hectares per 1,000 population and in Chappelle area? And specifically, Chappelle area is a high density area. What usually I heard the concern is about there is no enough green spaces and for the residents.
Councillor Rice, in these newer areas, developing areas, we typically maximize the amount of open space we can, so it'll be about 10% of the area. I don't have the numbers per capita in this area, but we do try and maximize the amount we can take. In this case, the park spaces, you'll see they're adjacent to the top of the bank as well, to the river valley. So again, that's to provide good recreational areas for future residents to enjoy that valley, to enjoy overlooking it, and to access it where possible.
If you look at the rezoning map, the public park rezoning piece is a really tiny piece in the corner. So that is why I asked the question. And do we have that hectares per 1,000 population in that area? And then at least we can do some comparison to ensure as a new development area to have enough green spaces and for our residents.
That's a good point. That small park space is really just a continuation. It's really an undevelopable piece, but it does not constitute environmental reserve. We do take it as park space. The neighbourhood is planned as well to take school and park sites for the enjoyment and other recreation activities. This is just a small portion of what is a fairly large neighbourhood that we're planning along the top of the bank and along the creek.
Councillor,
yes.
It's Kim Antrim here. I thought I would just add, we have an approved neighborhood structure plan that identifies areas for parks and open space. And this rezoning is aligning with that plan. There's a maximum of 10% of municipal reserve that can be dedicated, that the city can request that the developer dedicate. So this is implementing the approved neighborhood structure plan.
Okay, so I will follow off mine for that question further, but I do have one more question, and Madam Chair, and may I go?
I don't see anyone else signed up, so. Oh, we do need to vote for a second round.
I'll move a second round.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Rice, please continue with your next questions.
Yeah, so I have last question is regarding the transportation and the transit. So in the report, it's indicated there is a new bridge will be built cross like between 141 Street and the Ambony site Eco Station. Just wondering, and then what's the timeline for this bridge? And between the White Mud Creek and also the Grand Hill and the neighborhoods.
So, Councillor, that bridge is along Ellerslie Road that you just mentioned. We recently got the servicing agreement signed for that. Typically, it takes about 3 years. So we don't have exact timelines at the moment, but we do have commitment from the developer to do this work.
Is this shared cost infrastructure, or is the cost full carried by the developer?
This will be covered by the developer in entirety.
So fully covered by the developer.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my question, and then I can go into move to close the public hearing for this bylaw.
Second.
Great, thank you. Please vote to close public hearing on this bylaw.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
I move the first reading for this bylaw.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
Second reading for this bylaw.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
I move the consideration for this third reading.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
I move the last reading and for the bylaw. This is chart number here. Sorry, just I move the charts bylaw 20422 for the final reading of third reading.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you very much. Our next item is item 318, Charter Bylaw 20420. As we have a number of speakers, I think a presentation would be great.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone a lot in the Glenora neighborhood from the RF1 single detached residential zone to the DC2 site-specific development control provision. If approved, this rezoning will facilitate subdivision of the property into 2 lots, allowing for limited small-scale housing on each. Next slide, please. The site is located on the corner of 134th Street and 103rd Avenue, 1 block southwest of the Alexander Circle. It is well connected to active travel options, including the future LRT stop on Stony Plain Road, and frequent bus service and a separated bike lane along 102nd Avenue. The site is minutes walking from both the Glenora Public School and the Ramsey Ravine. Next slide, please. The site is a large corner property with a unique semicircle shape that reflects the Alexander Circle. Existing car access is from 134th Street, although the property does abut a lane to the south. Next slide, please. The city reached out to the public with a mailed notice of proposed land use change, an engaged Edmonton webpage, and site signage. We received a high level of interest throughout. The majority of comments expressed opposition to the application, citing concerns towards the Glenora character, that previous subdivision applications have been refused and should be upheld, and issues about building massing, the potential removal of on-site trees, and safety due to the proposal of a new driveway along 134th Street. Next slide, please. Prior to this rezoning application, the site was refused subdivision twice due to its irregular shape. You can see the proposed lots in the left-hand image on the slide. Both lots are shorter than the required depth in the RF1 zone. The regulations in this DC2 are modeled after the RF1 zone, with a key difference of allowing for a shorter site depth. This will accommodate 2 single detached houses, one on the north side and one that currently exists on the south side. The DC2 does introduce a new access off of 134th Street, which is contrary to our practice and regulations for redevelopment where a lane exists. However, there are several factors that we considered in our analysis. First, the irregular shape means that the northern lot does not have access to a lane. Second, introducing the access does not affect the boulevard trees. And the regulations written into the DC2 ensure that any redevelopment of the south lot will close the existing access and take access from the lane to the south, which means that in the long term, the street will return to only having one access while having gained housing. Next slide, please. In the context of the city plan, this site is just south of the Stony Plain Road primary corridor, where the typical massing or form is anticipated to be mostly mid-rise with some high-rise. And Stony Plain Road is also identified as a citywide route of mass transit with the future Valley Line LRT. Given this context, a modest increase in density is suitable for this site. Next slide, please. In closing, administration supports this application because the use and built form are compatible with the surrounding area, and it aligns with the city plan by increasing density at an appropriate location near walking distance to a future LRT stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn to our speakers. So first, those in favor. Will we be doing this as a panel?
Yes.
Great. So I would just invite those who are here in person to come down to the seats here. And I have Allison Roslin. You're joining us online. Great. Jeff Booth. Thank you. And Michael Tasiak. Hi, welcome. Okay, we'll go to you first, Allison. Please go ahead.
All right, good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. There should be a presentation, I believe. There we go. Okay, awesome. Okay, good morning, Madam Mayor, I should say, and members of council. My name is Allison Roseland from Situate, and I'm speaking today about Michael Tasiak's application to rezone his property in Glenora from the RF1 zone to a custom DC2 zone. The purpose of this rezoning is to allow Mr. Tasiak to develop an additional house on the north side of the lot while maintaining the existing RF1 zone as possible. Next slide, please. First, I'll provide a background overview of the project. On this slide, you can see that the lot has an irregular shape. Because of this, Mr. Tasiak has experienced issues in his previous attempts to subdivide his lot. The RF1 zone, which applies to most of Glenora, has a minimum lot size of 250.8 square meters. Therefore, a subdivision to allow 2 houses is possible on RF1 lots that are at least 501.6 square meters in size. Mr. Tasiak's lot far exceeds this minimum size with an area of 939 square meters, and the new north lot would be larger than the minimum for a skinny lot at about 270 square meters. Although the lot is very large, the lot width and depth do not meet the minimum dimensions prescribed by the RF1 zone. We made an application to subdivide under the RF1 zone, and the application was refused by the subdivision authority and by the SDAB for this reason. In the proposed new DC2, the dimensions are modified so that a subdivision can take place and a new house on the north side can be built. Next slide. Situate submitted the rezoning application in November of 2021, at which time we created a web page to provide information and answers to frequently asked questions, as well as updates about the project and our contact information. The website also included a brief survey that asked respondents whether they'd prefer to see a semi-detached house, which is allowed under the current RF1 zone, or an additional single detached house. Respondents were also able to let us know if they had any other concerns with the proposed development. Next slide. We posted a custom sign on the site to direct people to the project webpage and mailed a pre-application letter to 28 nearby homes to let neighbors know about the project, the webpage, and again to provide our contact information. We also reached out to the Glenora Community League and the Old Glenora Conservation Association. Neither the Community League nor the Conservation Association responded. We heard from 5 neighbors who stated that they'd prefer to see single detached housing over semi-detached housing or no development at all. Concerns included the perceived change to the neighborhood character and the proposed size of the new lot. One respondent who supported the idea of developing an additional single detached house expressed a desire for a new building that fits within the context of the neighborhood. In response, the proposed DC2 regulations include provisions to ensure certain design characteristics of the neighborhood are included in the new building. Next slide. On this slide, you can see that the site is located on 134th Street on the edge of Alexander Circle between 102nd Avenue and Stony Plain Road, which is a primary corridor as designated by City Plan. The future Glenora LRT stop is approximately 600 meters away. Right now, the land use in the surrounding area is largely single detached residential on both large and narrow lots. There is some commercial development to the north on Stony Plain Road, and Glenora School is located to the west. It is expected that many of the properties in the Stony Plain Road primary corridor will be redeveloped as City Plan is implemented and the LRT line is built. The subject site is also located to several properties that have been recently rezoned to the RF3, RF5, RA8, and CB1 zones. Next slide. In terms of policy, the subject site is located near the Stony Plain Road primary corridor, where City Plan encourages mid-rise and high-rise buildings, which is generally considered to be anything taller than 5 stories. The proposed development will be much less intense than the development expected along the corridor. Outside of the corridor, City Plan encourages infill development of a variety of scales within all parts of residential areas. City Plan also encourages the enhancement and preservation of historic resources through the ongoing redevelopment processes. The proposed rezoning will allow for redevelopment on the site while maintaining the existing house. Next slide. This slide shows the boundary of the Stony Plain Road primary corridor from the draft central district plan shown in teal. The map shows that the sites directly north and west of the subject site are within the primary corridor, meaning that mid to high-rise development is encouraged directly adjacent to the subject site. With that, I will wrap up and hand it over to my colleague, Jeff Booth, who's going to speak in more detail about the regulations of the proposed DC2 zone. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rosalind. Over to you, Mr. Booth. Did you have a presentation to pull up?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we'll just give a moment for that to switch over. Thank you. Great. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Jeff Booth from Situate, and I'll be speaking about the regulations of the proposed DC2 zone and how they would apply to the subject site. Next slide, please. As my colleague Allison discussed, we're applying to rezone the subject site to a custom DC2 zone that will be similar to the RF1 zone, but with minor modifications to allow for a subdivision to take place. On this slide, you can see a comparison between the current RF1 zone, the RF3 zone, which is becoming more common in Glenora, and the proposed DC2. The height and maximum height and site coverage are the same in both the current RF1 zone and the proposed DC2. The minimum site area for the north lot is also the same in both zones, and the proposed DC2 requires a larger minimum site area for the south lot. The DC2 will also allow fewer units than the current zoning would, as it does not allow semi-detached housing, duplex housing, or garden suites. To develop those uses would require Mr. Tasiak to demolish his house. You can see that if Mr. Tasiak chose to rezone his property to RF3, that zone would theoretically allow for 18 units on the site, including garden suites. However, this is not what we're asking for today. Next slide. Again, the DC2 will not allow the development of semi-detached housing, duplex housing, or garden suites, which are allowed in the current RF1 zone. This is because Mr. Tasiak only plans to build one new single detached house and maintain his existing house, so those other uses are not needed. Next slide. As Allison discussed, the proposed development will consist of a new house on the north side of the lot, while the existing house and garage will be preserved. On this slide, you can see a site plan for the proposed development concept and a massing model under the proposed DC2 provision, which shows a flat roof up to a maximum height of 8.9 meters. Next slide. This slide shows a conceptual model of the new house. Next slide. On this slide, you can see a development that would be allowed under the current RF1 zone without rezoning if Mr. Tasiak demolished his house and redeveloped the site from scratch. The current RF1 zone would allow for a semi-detached house with a 2-unit garden suite. If the existing house and garage were demolished, redevelopment of the site would require the principal building to be located on the north side of the property, and a garden suite would be on the south. These graphics show a development that would be fully compliant under the current zoning that the city would be legally required to approve. The graphics show the development under the current zoning would have greater massing impact than development under the proposed DC2. Next slide. This slide shows a development that would be possible if the site was rezoned to RF3, like several other lots in the neighborhood have been. Under the RF3 zone, a 4-unit row house could be developed, and each main unit could have a basement suite and garden suite, although probably only a 2-unit garden suite could realistically be developed. Next slide. As administration mentioned, the mature neighborhood overlay requires that when a site abuts a lane, vehicle access is to be provided from that lane. The existing house and garage were built before the MNO was created, and vehicle access is provided from the street. The new north lot will not have lane access, so it will have to have a driveway access from the street. However, we've worked closely with the city's transportation department to ensure the new access will have little impact on traffic and pedestrian safety. The width of the driveway will be limited to 3.5 meters as opposed to a standard 6.1, and the new house's garage will only accommodate one vehicle. We also had Huberman Transportation Consultants provide a technical memo regarding the proposed new driveway. The memo concluded that the driveway will not negatively impact the local neighborhood transportation system or create safety issues because current traffic volumes in the area are low and there will be few traffic movements in and out of the site. Lastly, the DC2 has been written so that if and when the south lot is redeveloped, the driveway access from the street for that lot would be removed and relocated to the lane. Next slide. Front driveways are very common in the neighborhood, and several have been approved by the city in recent years on sites abutting a lane. This slide shows some of the other front driveways in the neighborhood that have been approved since 2017. Next slide. So to wrap up, I would like to respectfully ask for council's support today on this rezoning application, and in particular for your support for an application that aligns with city plan, will result in a minor increase in density through the development of one new house, and allows for the preservation of an existing house. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Our last speaker in favor is Mr. Tasiak. Did you have any slides to bring up? Okay, we'll just get that switched over. Thank you. Over to you.
All right. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Mayor and councilors, for considering and taking the time to look at this. My name's Michael Tasiak. I'm the owner and resident of the site being considered for rezoning today. Thank you for taking the time to hear this application. I'm a dentist and a long-term resident of Edmonton. I'm also a long-term resident of Glenora and have lived in my house for over 32 years. I love my neighborhood and want to provide the opportunity for another family to enjoy all that it has to offer. As Allison and Jeff has discussed, my plan is to preserve my house and live in it indefinitely. What I'm asking for today is to have the same opportunity that all my neighbors have, to subdivide my lot, which is much larger than I need. My family has grown up here, my children are now away at post-education, and I don't need that size of lot. I know that a lot of my neighbors are worried about this rezoning will result in a large redevelopment that doesn't fit the community. The benefit of the DC2 zone we're proposing is that the regulations are very specific, and they'll ensure that what I say I'm going to do with my property is what I'll do. I'm committed to building something really attractive on my lot that my neighbors can be proud of. The neighborhood has a large number of amenities, making this the perfect site for a new house. My home is close to both the future LRT, West LRT, 102nd Avenue bike lane, bus routes, and it'll provide residents with options to move around the city and also to enjoy the amenities within this area. The property has great access to green spaces as well. There's several schools within walking distance, and the West Block mixed-use residential and commercial area is a short walk to the west. Adding a new house to the neighborhood will allow the family to enjoy these amenities and support the schools and small businesses in the area. Next slide, please. To wrap up, I'd just like to say I'm really happy to be here today, and I'm really hopeful that with your support, we can build a new house on this site. I won't take up any more time. Thanks so much for listening. If you have any questions, I'd be very happy to answer them.
Great, thank you for that. We'll now switch over to public speakers in opposition. So, questions of the panel in favor. Councillor Knack, you selected this item?
Yes, sorry, I have clicked on there. Thank you. Thanks for coming today. I think the one question, and I'm going to ask this to admin at the time, but I just wanted to get your take because this is a conversation I've had between sort of all the groups. How does the application before us differ from the ones that have been to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board as there have been some previous ones? What is specifically different for, I've gone through them, but I'd just like to understand that.
So those applications were not for rezoning, and they weren't for a specific development. They were simply to subdivide the lot under the RF1 zone. And because of the irregular shape of the lot, it would have resulted in the existing house being non-conforming because it's on what's technically the rear of the lot, and the dimensions of the new lot wouldn't meet the minimum dimensions of the RF1 zone. And so it was refused for all of those reasons. So what we've brought in front of you today is an application to apply zoning regulations that are specific to the development that Mr. Tasiak wants to develop.
So just to confirm though, so I think the part that I want to make sure I'm digging into is that take the setbacks, some of those elements of what would be particularly on the lot to the north. Are they the same as what would have previously been applied for? Like, so if you had been approved for subdivision, would it essentially have been the same as what was originally planned for those setbacks?
No, the minimum setbacks would have been pretty wonky under the RF1 zone because of where we have to put the lot line in order to preserve the existing house and garage. So you've got your minimum rear setback of 40% under the mature neighborhood overlay, which would have just made it absolutely impossible to build anything on this north lot.
Okay, all right. I think those are going to be all. I have a lot of questions, but it's primarily going to be for administration and maybe our speakers in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just add that my existing setback is the same as the setback on the proposed property?
Yes, yeah.
And, it doesn't seem like anyone's had any opposition to the appearance or suitability of my home in that area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I was just curious to Mr. Booth, why, again, I'm very acutely aware that DCs lock in, they're not part of, to me, I'm acutely aware they don't help with a rebuildable city. Why are the row houses and those duplexes and those kind of things taken out of this? What was the rationale for that?
The rationale was there was a lot of concern from the community that the zoning would allow for something larger than that. And since Mr. Tasiak is not planning to build a semi-detached house or a row house, etc., we decided to take those out and just tailor the regulations specifically to what he's looking
try
to
to
build.
create more comfort with the community?
Correct.
Is that my understanding? Okay. Okay, that makes sense. And then can you just speak to, there was one slide that showed, you know, the number of because it seems like a very big jump from what is currently allowed to what potentially could be allowed. Could you speak to that to me a little bit to understand?
Right, so under the current RF1 zone, that zone allows semi-detached houses. Each semi-detached unit is allowed to have its own basement suite and its own garden suite. So under the current zoning, if Mr. Tasiak was to demolish everything and start over and redevelop to the maximum of the RF1 zone, he could potentially have 6 units on the lot.
But it seems like it changes significantly with this DC2.
So this DC2 would just allow for 2 single detached houses, and each of them could have a basement suite, so 4 units total.
4 units total, okay. And the DC, just to confirm, if that house that's currently on the property that's currently built was to be demolished and something else was to be rebuilt there, there is a requirement to move the driveway to the back alley. I just want to
Correct.
confirm that. Okay,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Can I speak as well?
Oh, absolutely,
So,
sure.
you've brought up an interesting point in that I'm giving up and I'm making a sacrifice to enhance the neighborhood and allow only a single house to be built in that area. Otherwise, I could, as Jeff states, demolish everything. The city has already approved the bylawing in that area, and that could be built on that site. So I'm sacrificing and giving up that privilege to restore the area and to allow for a family to build a single-family home there, or a person to build a single-family home there. And it's a big sacrifice when you look at what's actually left there. But I think it's important to retain the character of the neighborhood.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're trying to do here, right? So I appreciate that clarity and for clarifying that. I guess one further question is, you know, why even do you need an attached garage on that potential new build? And a driveway?
You know, we're only asking for a single driveway. Not too many homes do not have at least some access to transportation. Unfortunately, I do live in an area with a lot of amenities, but, you know, it's a large spread out city. And one driveway, I don't think is asking too much. Transportation has approved it. We've had an independent study to verify that it's safe and it's not going to initiate any safety concerns within the area. So whether the person decides to use a driveway or decides to put a driveway in that area, they could choose not to, and they could just build a home and allow in public transportation.
Okay, no, that's all my questions. Thank you so much for your time and being here today.
Great, well, I'm not seeing anyone else on the board, so, Councillor Wright is trying to get on. There we go. Over to you for questions.
Thank you. I just want clarity. You're still owning the property, is that right? Or it's not being subdivided?
No, I live on the house on the south side.
Right.
That's my house.
But the land is still...
It's all one lot, right?
Right.
Yes.
Just because you were just making comment about another family could build a home there and that, but it's still...
Oh, no, only if it's subdivided upon we could build
okay,
a home
and it's
there.
not
There's
being
no other way to do it. And currently, it's a storage lot. You know, that doesn't seem very fitting to the area. I'm very fortunate to have some very special oak trees on that property, and they align the outside. There's one in the center. That would be the only one that would need to be disturbed if that was the case. But at this point, my neighbors see a beautiful fence and trees and a hedge. And if they look closely, they'll see boats and trailers, and even some of my neighbors who have been opposed have stored their boat on that area. That doesn't seem like a fitting use to, you know, land in that area.
Now you'll just have to find somewhere to store all that stuff,
I
right?
guess. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I just may provide just a friendly reminder, Councillor Wright, that ownership wouldn't be a relevant land use consideration.
I was just wondering, it's just wanted to clarify for myself, it wasn't a subdivision, it wasn't being subdivided, it was still one property.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I think now that concludes our questions of speakers in favor, and I will invite you to step back, return to your seats, and I'll welcome the public speakers in opposition. If you're here in person, so Wendy Antoniak and Dushan Devarsi, you're welcome to come in and have a seat. Yeah, perfect. Oh, I see that you are online. Great. Well, I will turn it over to you, Ms. Antoniak. Did you have any slides to bring up, or you'll just be presenting? Okay, can you turn on your mic, please?
Okay.
Great. Excellent.
Actually, it would be another slide first. That one.
Oh, okay, thank
Not
you.
very large.
So your timer will start now. You'll have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor Stevenson and councillors. My name is Wendy Antoniak. I want to refer to the City Plan, Value 5. It states, and I quote, "I want to preserve what matters most." I'll say it again. I want to preserve what matters most. You as councillors need to preserve what matters most. How do we know what matters most? We ask Edmontonians, we ask experts. Surveys show that most Edmontonians want to preserve Edmonton's history and beauty. I represent over 200 people in a mature neighbourhood. They want to preserve what matters most to them is the heritage and that they live in, the area they live in, and the surrounding green space. The property area that we are contemplating today is visited by hundreds of people every weekend in the spring, summer, and fall. They come for the history and to walk in a uniquely beautiful area, and there are thousands of photos. 5 times over the last 5 years, community members have been asked and have answered, and not asked by Situate, but asked by the city. Overwhelmingly, they have answered to the city that they do not support this proposed rezoning and subdivision because it negatively affects the historical area and the walkability. The last time they were asked, in the fall of 2022, 92% responded in opposition to the rezoning and subdivision and potential redevelopment. So how do we know this area is worth protecting? Well, the city hired independent consultants in 2015, and over 2 years, they worked on the project that identified Glenora as one of the best preserved garden city neighborhoods in Canada that should be protected. They proposed that the whole area be a historical zone. Over 20% of the city's heritage homes are in this area. National Trust Canada said that this area is one of the most at-risk historical resources in Canada. In 2020, administration and then the SDAB in 2021 identified this specific lot as gatekeeper to Alexander Circle. It was identified as similar to 7 other odd-shaped lots surrounding the circle. All these lots have green space that is well preserved and adds to the garden city. Several have been redeveloped, still preserving valuable green space and allowing mature trees to thrive. The SDBA stated that the proposed subdivision would damage the preservation of the historical resource in Edmonton. The SDBA also stated that this proposed redevelopment and rezoning would have an adverse impact on the amenities, use, enjoyment, or value of neighboring parcels of land in accordance with the Municipal Government Act 654, Section 2. That was this specific application. However, the city wants to add density. We know that. There is no reason to pursue this DC2 to add density. This property could have the same amount of density or more through a duplex, a garden suite, a secondary suite, or a semi-detached without rezoning as a DC2. We're in favor of that. DC2 is site-specific, but this DC2 does nothing to accommodate the community concerns that have been expressed over the last 5 years. It actually flaunts them. This DC2 does not preserve green space or the 5 rare mature oak trees, they will be demolished, that are located on the property at issue. Instead, it pushes the setbacks to the outer limits to the city right-of-way and to the utility right-of-way. It puts at risk the boulevard trees because of the small setbacks. It adds another driveway. All of this takes away from the valued green space, the trees and the walkability. Could I have the next slide, please? In addition, as written, this DC2 actually precludes a house that reflects those on Alexander Circle. It cannot be all brick, it cannot be stucco or siding. It can have a lot of glass and a rooftop deck. There was no effort to have this home reflect the historical area or have setbacks to preserve the Garden City despite 5 years of feedback. This home is also contrary to the Carruthers caveat, a point which was misstated in administration's report. As you know, the Carruthers caveat has recently been upheld by the Alberta Court of Appeal. The result will be community members and the owner or future owners will be locked in litigation for years. We are asking that you not approve this DC2 zoning. You can still achieve 50% or more increased density without this zoning. By not approving it, you will preserve what matters most. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Over now to Mr. Bednarski, and apologies for getting your name wrong the first time.
Thank you very much, Councillor. As Wendy has indicated, we're speaking on behalf of the Old Glenora Conservation Association. And as Wendy confirmed, we represent 200 members, and we exist for the purpose of preserving and protecting Glenora's heritage and heritage value to all people in Edmonton. And in particular, we're advocates for the preservation of Glenora's historic Garden City experience and its evolving significance as a shared resource that belongs to everyone in Edmonton and to visitors to Edmonton. And I would add that when the representative from Situate Incorporated mentions that Glenora was not being cooperative or responsive, but we have to add that what is being proposed here is fundamentally against our values. There really is no compromise based on what we are seeing proposed for the north side of this lot and what it will do to the Garden City experience in Edmonton. And we are opposed because we believe that if this is approved, a heritage value that belongs to everyone will be lost forever. And Wendy has explained our concerns and reasons in general with regard to this application. What I would like to add is an important factor that I think is missing from this entire discussion, which is the distinction between ownership and heritage. And these are two things that should work together, but when they are fundamentally at odds, as in this case, there needs to be some sort of reconciliation. And I don't see that enough attention has been given to heritage as a community value in this discussion. How do we distinguish the two? Ownership is something that belongs to the property owner. Heritage is a value that belongs to everyone. Not everyone can afford the privilege of owning property. However, everyone can enjoy heritage values as long as they are preserved. And property owners do not own the heritage. Municipal administration doesn't own heritage. Municipal council doesn't own heritage. Heritage values belong to everyone. And in that light, protection of the city of Edmonton's heritage and the Garden City heritage in Glenora, it's equitable. It's an imperative that speaks to something that belongs to everyone, whether or not they can afford to own property or not. And this is reflected in the city plan, as Wendy has pointed out. It's right there in the plan that Edmonton protects and enhances its image and identity through heritage. What is the consideration here in regard to this particular application at this site? What we've heard before is references to the subdivision plan appeals board decision of 2021, and I found that when I looked at the administration report attached to this application, there was a fundamental omission. It doesn't explain why in 2021 the board refused what was being proposed for the north end of that site. And that concern is still there, and it's not been addressed. And the reason the board said no to this in 2021 is because it would destroy the heritage value of the Garden City layout of Glenora if a construction takes place at the north end of that light. And I won't go into that appeals board decision. I will assume that that council's legal advisors had given you access to that published report. And the reason that the appeals board said no is because this particular lot, the north side, is a gatekeeper to the Alexander Circle. It was never intended to have construction of buildings on it. And it is essential to the integrity of the Garden City layout in Glenora that there not be large structures constructed at that site, that it was always intended to be green space. And the conclusion of the appeals board is that the proposed construction of a building at the north end of that lot would damage the historic resource of Glenora. That it would result in damage and diminution of historic resource that is the Garden City, and this is a resource that belongs to all people in Edmonton, and including to all visitors. Our perspective is that the appeals board in 2021 got it right. The ownership certainly belongs to the property owner, but we emphasize that not everybody can afford to own a property like this. Not everyone can afford to consider redeveloping a property like this. Not everyone can afford to hire Situate Incorporated, a for-profit corporation under the Business Corporations Act, to be their advocate for this. We are saying that there is a value here to the layout that has been there since the neighborhood was created, that is for all Edmontonians. And we emphasize that over the years, the value keeps increasing as the neighborhood was envisioned 100 years ago. It's an extension of the river valley. Our neighborhood functions as a gatekeeper to Edmonton from the river valley. We have so many people coming up to our neighborhood
I'm sorry, Mr.
because they go through the
Bednarski.
stairs and they see this is a garden
Mr.
and it belongs to
Bednarski,
all
I'm
of us.
sorry, you're at time. Thank you. I'll turn now to questions from councillors to our speakers. Councillor Knack, over to you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Thank you for the presentation. So I have a few questions, and Ms. Antonia, you and I had a good long chat, and I appreciate your time a while back there. Part of, I think, the struggle that we deal with, and I know that we talked about the Crothers caveat, and we'll hear, and I'll ask it again, but I'm sure the answer is going to be told that council doesn't get to factor in the Crothers caveat into our decision. You have your own mechanism, which has been used at times, but that's not something we can really factor in. So I want to focus on what we should be able to factor in here, and that ties to this notion of something a little bit Mr. Bednarski started to touch on, something we've touched on, is what does compromise look like in your opinion? Because, and just a bit of context so everyone else has the context of our previous conversation, typically direct controls are meant to provide greater certainty and greater clarity than a standard zone. And one of the worries I think that I've heard from residents is a loss of a variety of different things, in particular the heritage side, that we have no guarantee on when we use a standard zone, but we could have some guarantees on in a direct control zone. It has been your submission that this is not sort of finding that compromise. So what does that look like to you, if you wouldn't mind? I think you started touching on it a bit.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. First, I'd just like to address, I raised the caveat because it was raised in administration's report. Yeah. Administration actually stated that it does not contravene the caveat, and that is not true. So if this were approved, there would be legal action under the caveat, and we would win. So, because it's been upheld. The caveat is still in place, and this is contrary to the caveat. But that aside, because I realize that council does not consider the caveat, but for some reason it was raised by administration, I don't know. Compromise. There's been no compromise in the 5 years that this applicant has been before looking to rezone, subdivide. There's been no compromise. We have repeatedly given our feedback. Our mechanism is through the city. We don't give our feedback directly to Situate, the paid-for lobby group. It's not appropriate. The appropriate mechanism for us to give our feedback is to the city planner, and we've done that over and over. In writing, we appeared at SDAB. So what was identified are setbacks, that there would be broader setbacks in this particular property, we never know if the front of it is going to be facing the street or the avenue. I think in the latest it said the avenue, but the setback is it's only to the city right-of-way. It's, I think, I don't know, I don't have it right here.
That's okay,
There is a chart. What is it, 4.5 meters? The setbacks in Glenora and for the mature neighborhood overlay are 7. Our caveat it has to be almost 8 meters. So the setback is not appropriate. What occurs there are mature trees, and those mature trees cannot survive if the house is set forward. They just do not survive. I mean, I have a house that is, I think it's 10 meters from the elm tree, and the roots still get into my basement. It needs huge space to have mature trees survive. Also on that property are 5 unique bur oak trees, and they will all be demolished. I know he said something about them, they're going to stay, but if you look at the plan, there is absolutely no space for those trees to stay. So all greenery will go, and the elm trees will be at risk. So that, I mean, compromise would be changing the setbacks. And then I mentioned the finishing. For some reason, this DC2 was written so that you cannot have a all-brick house. It does not identify the slope of the roof maybe to look like a heritage home. All of that was identified in all of the work done on the DC1 historical zone. None of that was used in this to help maybe make this house somehow fit in or have the setbacks or have the appearance that would accommodate anything. And we are saying, we're not opposed to density. We're saying go back, have a garden suite, have a bylaw, duplex. We're not saying no to density. Go back to the DC1 zoning. Add a triplex. It still can maintain character and setbacks and green space.
Perfect. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to Speaker Antoniuk. So, and you just were mentioning about the community is okay with density, you know, increased density and
well, I wouldn't phrase it exactly like that. It's not density it's density in context of the historical, preserving the historical elements.
Okay, so if there were, say, a duplex like you had mentioned, then the current building, the existing building would need to be demolished.
Yes, but in the actual flyer that went out to every home, it mentions that there will only be one driveway because the other building will be demolished and then that driveway will disappear. So it seems like, I mean, why would that be given to us as there's only one driveway because the other house will be demolished? So it seems like he was intending to demolish it. Why would that go out to all residents?
Okay, so your concern is that it would still be demolished?
No, we're not concerned about him demolishing his house at all. We're concerned about there being 2 driveways.
Okay.
And we're concerned about,
and the setbacks?
And if the intent is to demolish, then why not look at having a duplex or bi-level or, you know, whatever that adds density without taking away that green space and setbacks.
And if per se the existing building was demolished, under the current zoning though, they could actually build many more units, so,
yes,
from my understanding.
Our issue is the green space, the setbacks, the garden city. A lot could be done to accommodate all of those historical elements and preserve. So our issue isn't the density. Our issue is preserving the historical neighborhood and the setbacks and the green space.
Right. I guess what I'm trying to get at is if the building was demolished, under the current zoning, they could build many more units than they could under the DC1.
Correct.
Correct?
No, DC2, you mean.
Or sorry, DC2, yes.
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
We see that as a preferable option because it has, there are more setbacks, there are more protections for us. This would push the build to the outer limits, to the absolute outer limits, and there would be no green space.
Okay, so it's about the setbacks, not
It's about the
necessarily how
setbacks.
much density would increase.
It is not about the density.
Okay, good, thank you. I just wanted
thank you.
that clarification, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rutherford?
I'm okay. My question got answered right at the end there. I was confused about the green space and the two, so it got answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wright, over to you.
Actually, I'm still questioning the green space myself. So looking at Mr. Booth's presentation, even under the RF1 or the RF3, I mean, that land at the back, or I guess Mr. Tasiak's house is on the back, but that land would still be used for building. So you'd still be losing that green space, would you not?
Maybe administration could pull up that diagram of, it would clarify for you. The setback on the north, the setback that we're talking about is at issue is on the very north on, okay, so there you could see on 102nd Avenue, that setback, I can't read it. So that's the setback we're talking about. That will actually be the front of the house.
Okay. And that's the 3.6 meters?
Yeah, which is not adequate. That's the front of the house. That doesn't fit with a mature neighborhood overlay. That doesn't fit. And that's not, that in Garden City, that whole lot was green space. Currently, it is all trees. So that is not, that's not preserving the historical Garden City.
So it's just the setback you're concerned, not with the overall building on that site?
The reason they are back here the fifth time is because they cannot build what size house they want to build without pushing into those setbacks. We're saying start over, add your density another way. Sometimes you do not get to do what you want just because you want to. I mean, you can add more density. You could attach to the existing house. You know, there's other ways.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, because to me, just the main bulk of that green space is either way is being used up.
No, it wouldn't be. If you go back, see, if the first house was demolished, then you have a new pocket to build in. You could put, you wouldn't need to push into that. There are many houses rebuilt on those same size lots.
Okay,
thank you.
Want to get your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I'm not seeing anyone else on the board to ask questions of our public speakers in opposition. Just give a last moment. Okay, seeing no one, I'll just ask you to step back. Thank you, and we will turn to questions of our administration. Councillor Knack, for you to start us off.
Thank you. Sorry, I have a lot of questions. So I think this was covered in the presentation, but this question around setbacks, I want to just get a sense. When I'm comparing the DC to what can currently be done in RF1, the primary difference is what? Can you just outline that for me one more time?
Site depth.
Site depth. And
That's
we're talking
the primary
about depth
difference.
towards the homes to the east or in Alexander Circle.
That's correct, from north to south. If we could just have the presentation slide number 11 brought up, that would be great.
Yeah, just I know you covered it. I feel like I need to fully grasp that. So as that's coming up, essentially what you're suggesting is that this actually is more than what, or rather less of a setback than what we would currently permit in the RF1. That's the thing they're asking more for, and in return they're trying to not have as many uses, things like that. So that's the thing they're getting more of, and the front drive garage.
That's right. Yep, so we meet the minimum site area, we meet the minimum site width. We're short on the site, or they are short on the site depth. The maximum height is the same. The setbacks differ slightly, but meet. This is all after the sod is, or the lot is reconfigured.
Okay. How does the, because this is the only section of the 4 sections around Alexander Circle that doesn't have an alley running behind those homes. There's a utility right-of-way. How does that, or does it impact that setback conversation?
Well, it does have an alley to this.
Yes, on the other side, but adjacent to the homes along Alexander Circle. All of the other ones have alleys around them. This one doesn't, but it's because it's a utility right-of-way. Correct?
Okay, are you, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Councillor. There is a 3.5 meter right away on the eastern side, or eastern edge of the property. Typically under RF1 zoning, you would only require 1.2 meters. So it actually, to answer your question, increases the setback along that edge.
So the setback that we're talking about is further in the DC, the setback from the utility right-of-way, you're suggesting is further? Or are we using the utility right-of-way as part of the setback? Sorry, can you just turn your mic on one more time there?
Sorry about that. So yeah, by definition of the zoning bylaw, setbacks are taken from the property line.
Okay.
And so the 3.5 meters is taken from the property line, which is reflective of the utility right-of-way width as well.
But it's not an addition, sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I'm fully understanding. It's not an additional setback. The 3.5 meter utility right-of-way is essentially the setback from the property to the other property line. There is no setback from this property from the utility line.
That's correct.
Yeah, and is that common practice when we look at utility right-of-way? Do we normally require a setback, or is this standard?
Standard.
Okay, so that is something that we've done consistently in other spots. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that piece. How am I doing? Let's see.
We're just checking in with time, but I think you've got a few moments left if you want to carry on.
Sure. How does this application then, because again, the other thing I couldn't really get, and I tried to go through the previous applications, how does this differ from the most recent application that went to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board?
Really what this gives, so part of the decision at Subdivision Development Appeal Board was about the uncertainty of the built form. So because RF1, you can have semi-detached, duplex, that kind of thing. In this DC2, we limit those small-scale housing types. So you can have single-detached, secondary suites, limited supportive housing, but it takes away that unknown factor of what's going to be built. So when Subdivision Development Appeal Board looked at it, there was regulations that vary based on the built form. So semi-detached, for example, or duplex wouldn't meet on the site area. Semi-detached wouldn't meet on the site width and the site area and the site depth. So here your difference is that you know the built form that you're going to get.
Okay, I'm out of time. I'll have more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask Councillor Jans to take the chair, if you're there, Councillor Jans? Or maybe I'll
So taken.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for the overview. I think, recognizing this is a funny-shaped lot, my understanding is that the north edge of the lot would be the front property line when looking at this parcel. That's how it would be defined under the bylaw.
That's correct.
So, again, if the existing home were to be demolished and the site redeveloped, that northern edge is the front of the building. So in terms of this idea of rebuilding in the pocket where the existing home is, that would be, require many, many, many variances under the existing zoning.
Yes, I mean, it would depend on the size of the lot, right? Like right now, the minimum front setback in the RF1 zone is give or take 8 meters. But because we know the development intentions are for that north lot to be developed.
Yeah, but you couldn't build the home that is there now under RF1.
No.
Okay. My understanding too, so again, sort of that 3.5 meter setback that's proposed, that is from the property line, not the curb line, is that correct? And there's, I think, a fairly substantial city right-of-way at that north edge as well?
There's the boulevard with the trees, there's sidewalk, and then from the sidewalks, there's 1.6 to the property line. And then that's where the setback starts.
Okay, so
Yep.
there's, you know, sort of that considerable space there. I just want to pick up on the comment around materials. I'm not seeing any restrictions on the use of brick, for example, or really any materials that I can point to in the DC2. Is that correct?
There's no specific materiality. We have our standard incorporation of design elements, you know, articulation, architectural interest, prominent front entrance, variation in roof lines, recesses, projections, variation of exterior finishing materials, that kind of thing.
Great, great. But yeah, nothing, again, nothing to say that this couldn't be fully brick. And again, my memory as well, when some of the work has been done on the neighborhood in terms of historic character, my memory is that it was actually very hard to pin down an architectural style or even materiality, given that there's a wide variety of architectural styles and materials used currently in the neighborhood.
It's eclectic.
It is eclectic, and so in that way, you know, if we had defined a certain architectural style or a certain material, that, you know, it would have been hard to figure out exactly what that is, given the eclectic nature of the neighborhood.
Yeah, reduces the flexibility too.
Okay, great. Well, I don't think I had any other questions. I really appreciate those clarifications. I will take the chair back. Councillor Jans, thank you very much. And I will turn to Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. So if I'm clear after hearing from all of that, essentially, if the property owner wanted that additional units to be built, even though under the current zoning you're allowed, he would have to demolish his own house, and that's why this application is opting for the DC2, correct?
That's correct, and to address the irregular lot shape.
Right, and with DC2, that comes with more certainty as you strive to preserve the heritage of the neighborhood. Is that right?
It preserves the lot shape, that's correct.
The lot shape, okay. And I was wondering about the front driveway piece. I thought, I can't remember when this was, but I had thought that the city was going to do away with front driveways kind of in general. And so the fact that this, the new build would have a front driveway is simply because of the shape of the lot. Is that understanding correct?
That's correct, and the new north lot that could potentially come from this doesn't have access to a lane. So you're correct, where there is a lane present, our practice and our regulations direct that access be from the lane.
And then the existing house currently has a driveway, and that will be maintained?
It is, as long as the existing house remains. So, but the DC2 is very specific that should the southern portion of the property be redeveloped, they will have to take access from the southern lane.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess just I wanted just to better understand the RC here, or the caveat. Councillor Nakha brought it up, but I just want to, because there's a line in there that the city does not take the caveat into consideration. So at the rezoning stage, we don't take that into consideration. It's more at the next level. Is that right?
Councillor Jesse Inkman from Legal Services here.
Yes.
The caveat is actually a agreement between two third parties that the city wouldn't take into account in any event. It's a contractual agreement that the city is not a party to.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, thank you for those clarifications. That's all.
Councillor Tang, would you like to move a second round?
Okay. I don't like second round, but yes. Okay, I'll move.
Thank you. Please vote.
Was there a second?
Yes, that was Councillor Principe who seconded.
Oh.
We have all 11 votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I just want to go back to the design regulation piece again, and I want to be 100% sure, because I wasn't clear. I thought the way it was written, like, if you actually wanted to do two separate brick homes, it doesn't feel like the regulation actually would permit that. Am I misreading that? And if I am, can you tell me how I can, because that's a confusion piece I'm still running into.
Sorry, can you?
Essentially, if you wanted to do two brick homes, it
Yeah.
doesn't feel like the regulations as written actually would permit me to do that.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's written specifically so that there's a regulations for the principal building on the north lot, regulations for the principal building on the south lot. The DC2 is divided up that way.
They're divided, but they have
Councillor,
to be. Sorry,
it's
go.
similar to the M&O where it doesn't allow two identical buildings next to each other. It gives a suite of options. You just can't have two of the same.
So, and I guess that's I think where one of the challenges some of the community members raised with me is that, so forget brick for a moment. If I wanted to build two homes that looked like the ones at Alexander Circle on this lot, I don't actually think it's allowed as currently written.
Well, there's multiple housing types on Alexander Circle
I
for
get-
bungalows,
yeah.
etc.
Yeah.
So I think the regulation that's being brought forward is that the development shall be differentiated through the inclusion of two or more design elements, such as finishing material, varied roof lines, and differences of design entry features, and variations in color do not satisfy.
Mm-hmm.
So you could have two brick houses. You would just have to vary the roof line, or even the brick pattern, or the type of color of the brick.
So that would still technically be, and I want to ask that because I know that's something that came up from a lot of folks. So you could do that if you had varying colors of brick, different things like that. That you would define as complying with the regulations in the zone.
Yeah, the way the regulation is written is identical or mirrored front elevations.
Okay.
So they could still have similar materiality.
Okay. I want to make sure I understand, so the last time it went to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board, the city actually said no and they appealed that, correct? We hadn't said yes and it was appealed, we had actually said no. And I guess I should check with Ms. Incan.
So I would just
Yeah.
caution, sorry,
Yeah,
Councillor
please,
Knack,
I'd
I would
like
just
to.
caution to get too far into the details of the Subdivision Development Appeal Board case. I understand that there's certain considerations that you want to talk about now that were brought up then, but I would be careful. You're now the ultimate decision maker with respect to this property, and that's what's before you today.
I think the part I want to ask about, and you can let me know, is that I believe that when the most recent application went, the city refused it for a variety of reasons. And if this is a very similar application, what I'm trying to understand is where the change in perspective is coming from. So what would cause us to say no after having approved the city plan? It was a fairly recent application versus supporting it here, and that's what I'd like to better
Those
understand.
differentiations, I think, is a fair question.
Okay, so I'd love to ask that question, if you don't mind, of just how are they different in your mind? How have we viewed these two things differently?
So the subdivisions that were applied for, that were refused by the city, were under the RF1 zone and RF1 regulations. This is the direct control. So these are site-specific, and we know exactly what we're getting, as opposed to when the subdivision team looked at it, they have to look at the RF1 regulations, and they have to look at every housing type, as we discussed earlier, right? So they're looking at the potential for semi-detached, the potential for duplex.
And so I guess the part I'm trying to understand is it the housing type that the team had said no to? Because to me that would align with a lot of our planning documents, or was it the setbacks not? That's the part I just couldn't understand.
So as Claire mentioned, when the subdivision comes in, they're subject to the existing regulations in place. So if this subdivision were to go through, technically it would create a non-conforming use in the existing house. It would also create a further irregular shaped lot, which would require a stream of variances, which were unlikely to be granted. in that in that northern lot. Just to back it up a bit and provide some context in terms
I'm probably going to be out of time, but
we'll do it real fast here. The rezoning here is functionally allowing that 2-for-1 lot split in a regularly shaped lot. So it's giving the land development rights similar to every other lot within Glenora right now.
Yeah, I'm out of time. I might have 2 more questions I could do in the third round if folks will.
If you would like to move the third round.
I guess that's very self-serving, but I will move a third round.
Second.
Thank you. And I would just remind, at public hearing, there's huge value in a fair process. So providing opportunities for the councillors and to ask the full range of their questions is likely best practice, just as a heads up to my colleagues. So I will ask for a vote, please.
We have all 11 votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Councillor Knack, to you.
Thank you. So I think the last few questions are, when I'm looking at this versus, say, an RF3 as an example, because corner lots we've been rezoning to RF3 for quite some time now as almost a certainty, if you will, although not essentially a certainty. Could what was identified in Mr. Booth's presentation for an RF3 be built without variances? So is that something that actually would be permitted without any change on our end that we're aware of?
I don't have an RF3 analysis in front of me. I mean, we're very close to RF1 with this DC2.
Yeah,
really, just not meeting on the site depths.
And that's what I was curious, is if the site depth conversation would come into play on the RF3 piece as well, if we had any sense of that. I know you need a smaller lot, so maybe that would play into that. That's why I didn't know.
The RF3 actually requires a site depth of 30 meters, so that would not comply either when we're to rezone the site.
So in either case, that's where you run into a challenge there. So. Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, so in terms of almost everything, that's really the challenge we run up against here, is that, I mean, it's heavily focused on this rear setback conversation. I wanted to ask, I think, another set of questions just around the tree preservation piece. Again, I don't think there was a lot in the DC, so I wanted to understand. I heard the intent of the applicant, but I don't see anything written there that says beyond that one that's in the middle of the lot that anything else has to be preserved. Is that correct?
That's correct. We'd rely on the incentives built into the landscaping regulations in the zoning bylaw.
Is that something that was discussed with the applicant at all as something to build into that? I heard the desire to. I've heard that's important to the community. Was there any suggestion on that?
No.
Okay, it's something I can maybe ask in new information, because I think that is important to, I believe, everyone in the area on that. Just going through the last piece here. The only other question I think I have on my list, and this is the tough one for me, because even, we talk about heritage in the city plan, and I know obviously we did not advance the DC work. Crothers caveat, as we've heard, is not something that's a relevant factor for our consideration. It's going to be a private landowner to landowner piece. How do we balance that heritage part of the city plan with rezoning applications like this? We have a DC. Do we feel we've got enough in that DC that helps us both increase density while also trying to, essentially, can we accomplish both goals, and do you feel that gets us there with this?
Yes, as we've discussed, Glenora, it does have substantial heritage homes and, the Garden City concept, but we've also talked about the fact that it is eclectic, right? And the house that currently exists there, it's not on the historical resources list. Neither is the actual shape of the site itself. So really, it's a good balance. Yeah. Introducing minor increase in density close to the LRT, and it gives us some long-term surety that we can start to take the access back from the lane.
Yeah. And I guess that's the other piece, yeah, I mean, I've always hated front drive garages. Why I voted on changing that back years ago. And again, I think the way I read this and read your report is that yes, we don't love them either. This will have once the other lot is finally redeveloped, ultimately a smaller overall impact than what currently exists today, although if they just, actually that was going to be my question, if they just renovate their existing lot, does that trigger anything with regards to the driveway, or is it only if that home is demolished and rebuilt? So essentially, could you just keep renovating that home without ever having to address the existing front drive?
I think it would depend on the extent of the alterations. Yep.
So there might be a point that if there was a significant enough renovation that we would have a mechanism to require
Yep,
that to be
we would
taken
ask
out.
them. We do that on a regular basis. Yep, we did. We went back and forth on the new access for sure.
Yeah.
And we just ultimately looked at the site context and looked at what we could do in the regulations to address it in the short and the long term.
I think that's all of the questions I have for administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I'm not seeing anyone else on the board. So I'd now like to call for any clarifying questions from my council colleagues that you may ask of any of the public speakers that you may wish to speak to. So Councillor Knack, I see that you are on the board.
Yes, thank you. I wouldn't mind asking someone from the proponents, maybe both Mr. Booth and Mr. Tasiak, want to come down to the microphones there. I wanted to ask about that conversation around tree preservation. So whoever feels best, or I know Ms. Rosalind as well, whoever wants to. So I guess the question really does come back to that idea of, I've heard as a desire that outside of the one tree that is in the middle of the lot, you want to preserve the rest. Is there a reason why it wasn't built in? Is that something you would consider to provide some of that additional certainty to, I think, everyone for what there's a desire for?
Yeah, it wasn't written into the regulations. That's not something it's not in standard zoning. There are the standard landscaping regulations that have incentives for preserving trees.
True. We have done it in many DCs though over the years, and I guess that's
it was
the
not a
question.
conversation that came up with administration. In order to do that now, we'd probably have to do some analysis to see which trees are preservable in order to write that into a regulation. But the desire is to preserve whichever trees can be that are outside of the building pocket. Also, all of the trees within the city boulevard will be preserved and protected as well.
Yeah.
So can I just make a statement as well?
Yeah, please.
So if you were to look at my house has the same setback as this proposed. I have a beautiful elm tree right in front of my front door, fortunately with a light post as well. My tree is very healthy. It's been there for 50, 60 years, however long it's been. It shows no ill health. And neither do any of the trees, in that area. My neighbor across also has a short setback, and his elm tree is doing fine as well, to the north of me. So trees are really important. I mean, if you were to see the efforts that have to be put for me to maintain all of those oak trees, it's incredible. We're talking 150 to 200 bags of leaves every fall.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to do that because they're gorgeous.
So I guess the question, and I know it's maybe slightly unfair to put you on the spot, but I've heard a desire from you to say I'd love to keep those trees.
Sure.
I've heard a desire from the community that says that's a really important thing, and that's something that generally, whether folks like density or not or anything, almost everyone comes back to. We love that idea of preserving mature trees. There's a feeling. And I would potentially discuss dispute the fact that you haven't given up anything. There are fewer uses in this, but there's a feeling that there hasn't been maybe adequate compromise. And so I guess the question is, if that's something that everyone seemingly wants, is there, beyond the potential challenge of trying to write that on the fly, although we're coming up to a lunch break, is there something that could be done to provide that greater certainty that you yourself want, that the community wants, specifically in relation to these trees that do really contribute to that overall heritage conversation within Glenora? Is there an openness to doing that? And I know it's a little tough to try and figure it out on the fly, but Is that something you're willing to maybe do if we had a lunch break and came back?
Yes, that's something that we can consider and figure out a way to incorporate.
Okay. Well, I think, okay, that's very helpful. Those were going to be my main questions. I might have to ask one clarifying question of administration. Do I have to wait to do the clarifying questions just of the speakers before I clarify with administration?
No, you can continue on with administration.
Well then,
if
with
you have time.
63 seconds left, I've heard a desire of seeing could we make something work. Appreciate that can be challenging, but is there a way over the lunch break that we could draft something that might provide a bit more certainty around those trees?
Yes, I think we have to work with the applicant to understand where the trees are and
sure.
Which ones would be protected if that's the idea, as I'm sure some of them will be impacted. With
I
the building
understand,
pocket.
yeah. And in terms of an advertising piece, because this would essentially add a little more certainty, this wouldn't require being sent back, correct?
You're correct. There wouldn't be re-advertising requirements, Councillor. We are leaving it in the state that it currently is.
Okay, okay. Then those are my questions. Appreciating we're not quite at the lunch break yet, I would either ask the chair if I could make a motion to postpone this till after lunch, and then we can either continue on or just take a slightly early break.
Yeah, thank you. I would suggest that we postpone, or we recess a bit early, but just want to clarify, just from an agenda management perspective, we are considering just for after the lunch break, potentially switching the order of our remaining items. So just to the clerks, just to clarify, this is just items 3.22 and 3.23 that we may have a motion to bring those forward when we conclude this public hearing on this item.
Yes, that's my understanding. There might be a motion to bring it forward, and that would be normal practice if we wanted to move it ahead in the agenda.
Great.
Yeah, but my understanding, the advice from law, and law can confirm, given that we're now kind of in a pause, whether we want to do that now or after this public hearing, this current one is closed.
My recommendation would be that we close the public hearing before we entertain a new motion on a different item.
Perfect. Okay. Well, then that's just a heads up. I'm just wondering if there's any other housekeeping we can do before recessing early. But I don't think there is. So we will just have a bit of a longer lunch break. Hopefully that will give us some time to resolve the issue at hand. We are now on recess and we'll reconvene at 1:30 this afternoon. Look forward to
Good afternoon. We are now live from council chambers.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order. I will do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Are you joining us yet? No. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador. Councillor Salvador. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Okay, and Councillor Wright is here as well, so we have quorum. And I think we concluded the questions to administration, right? On 3.18. And now at this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to administration or to the members of the public on any new information arising out of the previous discussion. Councillor Knack?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Sohi. Yeah, we had started this, and just before the break, we were looking at a possibility of ways to address trees. So wanted to just see how that conversation went over the break there.
Yeah, thanks for the time and the extra time at the break to discuss this with the applicant. Regarding the trees, just first off, we all want to and look forward to protecting trees, especially on public property. But working with the applicant and discussing the trees and where they are, and reflecting on the past work and review that's been done on the existing and previous tree report bylaws. The difficulties in regulating private trees come back to the front. So when you're regulating a living thing, if it were to happen to die, the regulation would have to change. We might have to be coming back to council for that, or otherwise you'd have a non-conforming building or an inability to grant a permit based on the tree itself. So the applicant has stated an intent, which I would suggest you confirm that there's an intent to preserve the trees as best as possible and work with whoever is building those buildings to help those trees remain in place if they can be.
How have we done it on the other DCs? That's just to your question around, if something happened, because I know we have done that in the past. So.
There's very limited examples. We've in the past, through other rezonings, there's been also verbal commitments. I think the latest one was in Woodcroft, where there was a tree that was important to the neighbor, and the applicant came out stating that they would commit to keep the tree, but not written into the zone itself. A couple of times, I think there was one in Ritchie, where it came in as a DC, and then that zone has since been rezoned to a standard zone, so that quote-unquote tree protection was removed. But similarly, again, it's around protecting the tree like the public tree is, similar to the public tree bylaw. But the added complication of it being a private tree, and there's no recourse from the public entity in terms of if it were to die out of negligence or what have you, there's no way of proving that, and then there's no cost to that as well. Like on the public boulevard tree, you replace it or you provide the funds. There's no mechanism for administration to levy those types of, I guess, powers on the private tree itself.
I might have to ask the applicants some questions, but maybe they come down to the microphones. Want to just one last new information question again. I know when we talked about the building design piece, you'd suggested that maybe, you know, if you had two different brick buildings as an example, and I don't want to focus on brick, but just two buildings, but if they had different color of brick as an example, and maybe different height, that would satisfy it. But I just want to confirm, because I think section 4 of the design actually specifies that variations in...
Sorry, point of order. There's a lot of background noise. Somebody's using a chainsaw. Does anybody hear this?
We don't hear any background noise, Councillor Jans.
Weird. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor.
The axe and the chainsaw?
Sorry, Councillor Chance, don't know what to say. So I just want to double check, section 4 does specify that variations in color don't satisfy the requirement, and so I guess again, does that potentially set us up for a scenario where maybe we've, oddly in this case, overly restricted, like normally we want to have that variety, and yet there's also some value sometimes in having similarity, and so I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
So to clarify, I mean, let's use brick as an example.
Exactly.
So the concern is that this house is a red brick, the existing house, and if the new house wanted to be brick but yellow, it wouldn't satisfy. Is that the concern?
I guess, yeah, that's the question, and whether it's brick or whatever that might be. So if they wanted to have a look that was more in line with some of the other homes around Alexander Circle, you know, if they just simply varied the color, it actually feels like they wouldn't be able to have that as the defining change.
Right, but the difference here is that it would be 2 or more design elements. So if they chose a yellow brick, then they have to have a different design element. So that's an architectural feature, maybe that's dormers, maybe that's the front entry, maybe it's different shapes of windows.
So there's a couple of different areas. Okay.
Absolutely, yeah, that's what all those elements are.
Okay, all right. I'm out of time, but I will probably need to ask the applicant.
Yeah, no problems. Quickly, Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Yeah, so if I understand correctly, under DC zoning, we can't protect trees. Well, we can't protect the trees on private property, but under DC zoning, we can't even do that.
We can put in regulation that says to protect it. However, there's a number of complexities that comes along with that in terms of how the health of the tree sustains itself over life. So if it were to die or needs to be taken away, do we need another permit to take that out? And if that tree is no longer there and a development permit is applied for, then can we approve that permit because the tree isn't there, because the DC explicitly says to have the tree. So there's a lot of different permutations that make it complicated, and
but if the tree is healthy, it is protected. If it dies natural death, right? That's, you know, trees do die, right? And
correct.
So why is complicated? I'm just trying to understand.
So the way we would say to protect the tree is that we would have to identify the tree, and the language around there would be to protect the tree and make sure the building setback, etc., from it. But if the tree were to decline in its health and it had to be removed, it would be not in conformance with that regulation. That says to protect the tree, because we would have to identify the tree on a schedule to show what tree we're explicitly talking about.
Yeah. So is that prescriptive?
Okay. Correct. Because it's affecting their development rights. And broadly speaking, if we were just to say protect all the trees, you would probably limit all of their development rights on that site.
Okay, even if the tree dies a natural death, you still can't get it.
We would have to have someone come out and confirm that it declined out of natural causes and it wasn't of neglect from the owner, etc. Okay. It's a little different on the public side because we can levy fines and make them replace it. On the private side, it's a little bit more complicated.
Okay. Got it. Okay. I'll move the second round.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote. And I'm a yes.
Yes, Councillor Cap.
We have all 11 votes.
Yes from Councillor Salvador. Did not show up.
Oh,
Interesting.
we had you absent. We didn't realize you joined, so that's great. We have all the votes, 12 votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that's carried.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So yes, I just wanted to circle back with the applicants. Obviously, you've had some time to reflect, and you'd prefer not to have it in writing in that, so I wouldn't mind just getting a better understanding of that.
Yeah, Mr. Tasiuk's willing to commit on the public record here today to doing his best to preserve whatever trees he can, but adding regulations to the direct control, it just creates too many potential legal complications and rendering the whole development non-conforming in the future if something happens to those trees.
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead, Mr.
So,
yeah.
I've lived there for 35 years.
Yeah.
I've got these beautiful trees. They serve no purpose to me in that adjacent lot, because that lot is just a storage, grass. If I didn't like those trees, and if I didn't want those trees, and I didn't want to pick those 250 bags of leaves every year, and everything that goes along with it, wouldn't I have actually cut those trees down because they mean nothing to me? They're very important. They add to the look of the whole neighborhood. I'm constantly in awe of driving down my street and seeing the canopy of trees and seeing these unique trees in my area. I have no purpose and no reason, and I certainly don't want to take down those trees. Mm-hmm. And I mean, people are more important than trees, for sure. But there's no reason to do that. And I think I've shown through history that that's important.
Okay. I think the only other question I want to just pose is if this were to proceed, you know, there's obviously still some concerns and some different perspectives amongst the neighbors. And I know you talked about early on how there wasn't a lot of opportunity to connect with other folks in the neighborhood. What would that engagement look like going forward with the community?
I think your comment's a little bit unfair.
Sure.
Because there are many people in the neighborhood that are very, very in favor of this, that have no concerns as long as it's something is built there. Excuse me, I'm speaking, ma'am. You know, I've been asked to speak. Thank you. And it's not the whole neighborhood. And this piece of land serves no purpose in that area right now. It's an empty piece of land. It's not a park. It's not anything that the public engages in at all, because they can't get in there. It doesn't add anything to the neighborhood in doing that. You know, having a home that fits the neighborhood, which I'm committed to doing, I think would add much more character and allow someone to actually live and benefit from the great city that we have.
So, I'll just say, if this rezoning is approved today, at the development permit stage, we'll certainly reach out to the Conservation Association again, the Community League, send out letters to the neighbors, giving them the opportunity to have some conversations with us about what that house eventually looks like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I think those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Salvador.
Oh, no questions. I was just ready to move closure if there's no one else.
Okay. All right, so that concludes the questions on new information. See no more questions. At this time, we are ready to move the closing of the public hearing. Councillor Salvador? Okay.
Second.
Councillor Salvador moved it, second by Councillor Wright. Right. Okay. All right, so please vote.
Councillor Stevenson in favor?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Salvador? Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll move first reading of Charter by, hang on. Charter Bylaw 20420.
Second by Councillor Wright.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I really wanted to be the one to move this one, and I was hoping that we could, but not now. And the reason why not now is that I was hoping we could have found a way to put something in that bylaw related to the trees. It's not an uncommon practice. I mean, it's not frequent. I understand that, to be clear, but it hasn't been an uncommon tool in direct control zones in our city's history. And I know that wouldn't have necessarily made everything better for the folks in opposition, that there still would have been some concerns, but I think it would have been that show of good faith, of a willingness to come together. And I don't doubt for a moment, to be very clear, that there's going to be, I don't doubt the intent that they'll try to preserve every single tree possible, because I've heard that public commitment. I think everyone's going to hold you to that, and I appreciate that you're willing to make that. But we have done that in the past, and I don't feel that's unreasonable. There were other things that I could have, sort of debated. I don't love front drive garages. I mean, I supported the removal of front drive garages from the mature neighborhood overlay years ago, but I was willing to let that one go, be recognizing some of the changes that were in the direct control. Because when I look at this, I mean, in terms of the actual density change, again, we're talking about 2 homes. We're actually talking about fewer units than what we could be doing under standard zones. So to me, that's not the issue at all before us. I would actually be very comfortable with even more, as we have been, because we've supported on corner lots, row housing developments of typically 4 units in a place like this with garden suites and basement suites. And I'd be perfectly fine with that, because I think every community needs to have that part of it. So the part why I really ended up struggling with this is that I felt that could have been just a small win for those who have concerns, that I don't think would have been incredibly onerous based off how we've handled this in the past. And recognizing that, that's actually why I feel oddly torn and leaning towards voting no, because I feel like that could have just helped us get to a much better place. Because for all the other reasons, there's, yes, we need to increase density. It's a corner lot. It's close to LRT. There's plenty of good reasons to have more density. And as folks in this neighborhood know, I have supported, I think, every other increase in density in Glenora, much to the disdain of some residents in that neighborhood who have not been huge fans of me for doing that. So as somebody who has regularly supported density in Glenora, and I expect that in the future I'll continue to support density in Glenora, I actually think at the moment I'm going to vote no on this, because there is a way to continue to really push our city plan goals, which I wholeheartedly support. And at the same time, make sure we're not doing it completely without some of the work that the community members are doing across the city to try to bring in different small things that will help make sure that as we're seeing that significant change in the communities, that it's also being done in a thoughtful way. And so that's where I'm struggling right now, of not being able to support this. I think we could have done a little bit more. So happy to hear some other perspectives, but I think at this moment I would vote no, and I hope that if this were to be defeated, again, it would not be a message that this is not a site for density. In fact, I would argue if this were defeated and they had to go back to the drawing board, we should be coming back with more density. I truly do believe on a site like this, but at the same time, recognizing some of those small changes that I think can help make our mature communities as great as they are. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to speak very briefly, I appreciate the conversation today, and I appreciate my colleagues' hesitation. Loss of trees is certainly not something that we want to see happening, even on private land, even though we aren't fully able to regulate that. I think for me, what I come back to is, under a standard zone, there would be no protection on the trees either. And, I often talk about, DCs, the applicant is sort of getting something through their DC, so it's fair to have those trade-offs. I think in this case, and so, if they're having a direct control zone, then asking for that tree protection makes sense. I think where this DC is a bit different is that it is simply providing equivalent opportunities to an irregular lot, a regularly shaped lot. There's no additional development opportunity, there's no additional development rights that are being granted to this property. It's simply a technical exercise to ensure that this strange shaped lot can be developed to a very modest degree that's very comparable, and in fact slightly less than other properties. I think, hearing from the community, hearing about the importance of character in the area, for me, the existing conditions don't contribute to that character. I think the existing blank fence doesn't really add to the neighborhood. Thinking of that replaced with an active home, an active entrance, I think is a positive addition there. So for those reasons, I will be supporting this rezoning and encourage others of my colleagues to support as well.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to colleagues for all their questions and to all the speakers who took the time to be with us today. Yeah, so I'll try to be brief as well, and I'll just say, typically not a fan of DCs, but I think in this case, it actually does provide neighbors with greater certainty as to what they can expect on this site. Also, not a fan of front drives, and I appreciate our move away from them. But in this case, this would see the removal of the existing vehicle access pushed towards the lane. So again, I think in order to facilitate development on a really irregularly shaped lot and challenging conditions, it does make sense. Yeah, and this does, in my mind, seem like a really sensitive and gentle way to add density to the neighborhood. If anything, given its proximity to a primary corridor and walking distance to a future LRT stop, I would be expecting to see higher density, as was mentioned by some colleagues. So again, this is a very sensitive and gentle way to do so. And it also does mirror, what's presented in the DC does mirror essentially our lowest density zone. And we're simply granting, development rights to a parcel that would otherwise be very, very challenging to do anything on. And I do think it's an opportunity to actually enhance the public realm. I think Councillor Stevenson just mentioned this, but right now it's not. There's not a lot of interaction with the street. It's not adding much vibrancy. So I do think it's an opportunity to actually enhance this particular corner and add interest to the area. And when it comes to tree preservation, I think this is something that we all take really seriously. At the same time, we're limited in our ability to absolutely sort of ensure that preservation, and without a larger conversation about something like a private tree bylaw, which council is having, I think it's challenging to do these one-offs. So I do look forward to those future conversations around what a private tree bylaw could look like, and that's coming up actually very, very soon at the committee level, and I hope we see some good engagement on that, because I do think it's a worthwhile conversation to have as we start to see more development in these mature communities. So I will leave it at that and be supporting this, and would encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Salvador.
I'll move second reading of Charter Bylaw 20420.
Second by Councillor Wright.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move consideration of third reading of Charter Bylaw 20420.
Second.
So please vote for consideration of third reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20420.
Second.
Please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Okay, next we have 3.20 and 3.21, Bylaw 20408, Amendment to Strathcona Area Redevelopment Plan, and Charter Bylaw 20409, expand opportunities for exterior patio space and facilitate the continued viability of the commercial hotel in recognition of the unique building and site and its function within the core of Old Strathcona. We have speakers on this too, right? So I'm going to just follow the order. Yeah. All right, I'll check with speakers if they're here. Rose Ortlieb, Ross Properties in person, you're here. Henning Witt in person, okay. And Jim Ortlieb in person, you're here, Jim. And Mark Wilson remotely?
Yes.
Okay, this was exempted by Councillor Jans, and I'll ask administration to make a presentation.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to revise the historical commercial direct control provision in Old Strathcona. The changes will decrease regulatory barriers for businesses looking to expand patio space and bring the commercial hotel in line with regulations, allowing it to continue operating as it currently does. Next slide, please. The main focus of the rezoning and plan amendment is the commercial hotel, which is located on White Avenue between Gateway Boulevard and 104th Street. It forms an integral part of the historic commercial area, with Blues on White as an establishment that has been operating on the main floor of the building for many years. Next slide, please. This proposal makes one change to the regulations that affect the entire direct control area and several changes that affect only the commercial hotel. For the entire DC1 area, the definition of public space will change to exclude exterior space. Right now, the definition includes exterior space and is limited to 240 square meters. This presents a barrier to businesses looking to open or expand their patio space, but find themselves unable to get a permit if their public space is already at its limit. For the commercial hotel specifically, the following changes are proposed. An increase to the amount of public space. This matches how the commercial hotel and Blues on White currently operates. A removal on the cap of special event size. This allows Blues on White to use their entire outdoor space. A reduction in the amount of special event days per year. This tailors the regulations to meet the hotel's needs. And the allowance of a marquee style sign for advertising shows. Next slide, please. The images on the slide show Blues on White existing outdoor patio. This is compatible with the intent of the DC1 provision and the goals of the Strathcona Area Redevelopment Plan as a destination for entertainment. Next slide, please. Here is an image which shows the marquee sign concept. This style of sign isn't currently permitted by the DC1, but will be allowed for the commercial hotel. The proposed regulations restrict light intensity and prohibit flashing of lights. Next slide, please. Through engagement, we heard concerns related to the operation of a large outdoor patio space. including noise and unsafe activities associated with large concentration of people drinking alcohol. To address concerns about the more recently expanded outdoor space, the proposed DC1 contains regulations that restrict the size of the outdoor entertainment areas associated with nightclubs and ensure compatibility with surrounding uses by considering impacts from temporary structures, signs, and speakers, and requiring screening and/or buffering accordingly. Next slide, please. This application aligns with the city plan goals for primary corridors and for promoting gathering spaces for culture, sports, recreation, and entertainment opportunities. It also aligns with the Strathcona ARP's goals to be an entertainment district. Next slide, please. In conclusion, administration supports this application. It allows more flexibility for seasonal patios, and it facilitates the continued viability of the commercial hotel as a gathering space for live entertainment in Edmonton. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I will call upon Rose Art-Lieb to be number 1 speaker, please, and as well as Henning Witt to be number 2 speaker, if you both could come down. And each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentations. After that, council members may have questions to you. Who would like to go first? Okay, all right.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to share some thoughts regarding the importance of keeping the patio in operation at the commercial hotel. I would be amiss if I did not first provide you some insight regarding our history. Although the building itself was built in 1912, the business operations of the commercial hotel began in the 1870s in the original wooden building. Of course, our beautiful city has grown and encapsulated Old Strathcona, but along with that development come many challenges for a business and building so old that it simply does not fit into the boxes created by policy and regulations over time. The commercial hotel is one of the last examples of an era gone by where socializing and gatherings only happened at hotels, long before the cookie-cutter pubs and restaurants were even dreamt of. In 2012, we coordinated an effort with the city to celebrate the centennial birthday of the commercial hotel property. This event was so well received by our community that we have continued to provide this level of stellar entertainment through our block party program and Blues Festival on an annual basis. The commercial hotel is world-renowned, and yet it seems there are still a few Edmontonians who are completely unaware of this iconic establishment in their own backyard. In fact, this spring we will be hosting guests from the United Kingdom, India, and Uganda. We welcome our hotel guests with open arms and proudly point them into various directions, promoting and supporting our neighbors' businesses. The commercial hotel employs 40-plus people, draws thousands of people annually from a diverse demographic, entirely befitting of our neighborhood's area plan. I am personally moved by the numerous people who wanted to attend today in support of the patio, but I decided to represent these people on my own. The heartbeat of the hotel transcends generations. I always say this: it's a blessing and a curse to own such an iconic and historical property and business. It means so much to so many that I find myself in the role of keeper, guardian, protector, if you will. You would be surprised or perhaps impressed by the people who care about the sustainable future of the commercial hotel and or frequent our establishment. They include major industry executives, university professors, musical students, judges, lawyers, journalists, blue-collar, white-collar, major mover-shakers in the music industry, tourists, and of course the people who have settled into the neighborhood and become our regulars. Live music has been an essential part of the commercial hotel since at least the 1960s. Our stage has been graced by both Juno and Grammy Award nominees and winners. We proudly give back through the Herb Ortlieb Award for Excellence in my father's honor, which annually awards 2 students who excel within the Faculty of Fine Arts and Communications at MacEwan University. Along came COVID, and crushed the hospitality industry and live music entertainment. Crushed it. Our windows were papered, our doors were locked, and the day I turned off the lights, I thought all was lost. I am extremely grateful to the city for the temporary patio program designed to help businesses survive during COVID. Alberta Health Services does not believe we are out of COVID yet, and no one really knows what the future holds. What I do know is this: the temporary patio program saved the commercial hotel from certain demise. But perhaps even more importantly, it provided a space for fresh air and escapism from the damaging effects on mental health during COVID. It has proven to be loved by all those who have enjoyed a sunny afternoon or special evening under the stars. The patio even launched one impressive career for a busker we hand-picked off the street and now has 20,000 plus followers in Edmonton. The patio has also helped to move petty crime and undesirable activity away from our iconic block. This patio represents the best use of this space for the current challenging times we are in. It is my hope that City Council will agree that the patio is inviting, beautiful, and necessary for both the commercial hotel and Old Strathcona. It would be impossible to believe that anyone with only the best intentions for Edmontonians and tourists would deny such a place to thrive and remain sustainable for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And next we'll go to Henning Witt.
Good afternoon. As an entrepreneur, business owner, and almost 30-year resident of the Old Strathcona, I just wanted to make myself available for any questions the council might have. I'm involved in various cultural initiatives across Edmonton, as she mentioned, with some partners, including the Grant MacEwan University, to cultivate a scene here in Edmonton. So if there are any questions that the council may have for me, I'd like to give my time to that.
I'm sorry you got distracted with some other stuff. Good. Questions, colleagues? Councillor Jans. Michael? Councillor Jans?
Sorry. Thank you. I hadn't buzzed in yet. I know I selected the item. I'm happy to yield to Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, sure. We'll come back to you. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentations, for being here today. Just thinking, take your point about creating that vibrancy in the short term, absolutely. Just wondering what your organization's long-term plans are for that space. Because again, I think as we look to have city plan, we want to be filling in some of those empty lots as well. So just wondering if you could comment on that.
The patio was built for the temporary purposes of surviving COVID. The structure is built as such. Because it was so well received during COVID, and because the trends have changed drastically of how people want to be entertained and people want to be in outdoor spaces, particularly in our very short summer, we would very much like to keep this patio going. However, long term, I think at some point in the future, when economics change and borrowing funds change and the interest rate is ridiculous, there will be opportunities in the future for building development. But personally, I don't think that it's a wise choice at this time. It's not an affordable choice. And I think most importantly, it would not benefit the community to have another vacant building on White Avenue.
Great. Yeah, no, thank you. I think that clarifies for me that, the intent in the long term would potentially be to do that. But again, conditions would need to be right. But you see the site evolving over the long term. Great. Okay, thank you. Those were the only questions I had.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans?
Sure, just a quick one. Could the applicant walk me through how fire capacity works here? How many guests are welcome to listen to the wonderful brass sounds of King Mustafa on Sunday nights at Blues on White?
Originally, when we built the outdoor patio, we were heavily involved with fire, and it's actually part of the issue that I think the city saw that the capacity was too large. Fire came out and actually gave us capacity for the entire parking lot, and it was 709 people. That's not the size of the patio. The size of the patio is approximately a third of our entire parking lot, and that's considered the patio that we wish to continue to operate. We have since learned that fire is actually not in a position to regulate occupancy on an outdoor space. So I think that may pose some other new challenges for the city that are, beyond my ability to speak to.
Okay, I'll need to ask administration that. I think one of the questions I've heard is a concern that we could be inadvertently, by approving this, creating kind of a mega venue, if you will. And in inclement weather conditions, what is the internal capacity? What is the external capacity? How do those interface together? Could the applicant comment to that?
Yes. Our internal capacity for many, many decades was 391. It was reduced to 333 in 2017 due to a new fire code stand data put out by Fire Safety Canada. And so our current patio was operating at a capacity of 100 on the wooden patio. It only balloons up during special events. So in inclement weather, first of all, if I can back that up a little bit, what we do find is on a beautiful sunny day, people want to be on our patio. They're not inside. If the weather changes, we have a large enough interior capacity to accommodate that 100 or 150 people or whatever the final occupancy for the patio would be. That would be very easy for us to accommodate.
So the internal is 391, the external is 100. If there's a special event, it'd be much larger. And what I think I hear you saying is if it's a sunny day, chances are they're outside, not inside. And therefore, if it did turn rainy, the outside would come inside. Do I have that?
Yes, but our interior capacity was reduced by the fire code to 333 in 2017.
333. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I guess the other concern I've heard is just about the activities on the patio related to concerts, noise disruption to surrounding area residents, businesses, etc. Can we hear a little bit more about what's going to happen on the patio?
Yes. Well, our patio is our bar and our patio operates more hours than any other restaurant or pub in the neighborhood. We operate approximately 114 hours a week. We open at 10 a.m. So if it's a sunny day, we would open the patio at 10 a.m. And it would be available for anyone to come and enjoy. Our live music component only is on the patio on Friday, Saturday nights for approximately 3 hours to entertain, and Sunday afternoons as well. It's not, all day with live music. That would be unaffordable. It's not in our program whatsoever. Unless you're referring to when we have our live block party event, that is sometimes a 2-day event where we do bring in special staging, very high-tech gear for sound system control, and we do entertain longer hours on those special weekends, one of them being the block party on July 1st.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back for another round, or probably I'd like to hear from the other folks with concerns first, and then I may have more questions.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. The first question is about the maximum public space. Because under current DC1, and then we only have 240 square meters, and that is combination of internal and external. So right now, the proposed one is a huge increase. So maximum public space become like 535 square meters for the interior, and for the external, and it's 320 square meters. So from that perspective, can you describe a little bit plan? So, or for your available spaces right now you are using right now, what's the plan? Do you have plan to get these public spaces to the maximum or to the available level you have?
We currently operate to those capacities now, to that public space now. We've been in operation for well over 100 years, and the tavern has existed forever. So I think what this is really doing is trying to create properly address the way we've always operated. We've never quite fit into the boxes that are regulated. This is already how we operate.
So you already operate just without the permits?
That's with our 333-person capacity. Our inside public space is large, yes, and has been for many, many decades.
So right now, just to make sure we have that provisions in place to support how you always operated.
Yes, because I believe that was introduced sometime in 2004, where the bylaws came in and addressed public space in Old Strathcona, and we've never fit into that box.
Okay, so then my next related question is about the special event maximum size. And because the proposed DC1 and no maximum size for the internals or outdoors, and then how this, just want to look at it from impact perspective to the public. Can you explain a little bit more? Does that mean, and then your event, if there's some special event happening, will expand more to occupied public spaces and impact the wide ave? So how that impact looks like and related to the traffic and related to the community as well?
Yes. Thanks for that question, actually. Our first public event was in 2012, and we've held these festivals every year since that time. They have been large. Twice we actually worked with the City of Edmonton with civic events, and we closed down White Avenue. We involved our community neighbors. They set up tents. It was a major undertaking, a major affair. And it invited approximately 10,000 people to Old Strathcona. Another time we expanded into McIntyre Park just pre-COVID, and that was another major undertaking and event for Old Strathcona. As of recently, we've scaled it back to our private property. There's many reasons why it's a better fit on our private property. One of them mostly would deal with security, because safety and security is of paramount importance to us. And we are able to better police and regulate activity on our private property. If you're talking about the occupancy level, again, historically, this has always been something that was set by fire. And it's just recently, in the last 6 months, that we have been advised that fire no longer dictates exterior occupancy levels. And I don't know, I can't speak further to that.
Okay, thank you for the answers.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please? Yeah.
I have the chair.
You know, I've been to your patio with my family. It's a pretty cool place, I would say.
Thank you.
I have also experienced walking around White Avenue on weekends, the noise issue, right? So I just want to get a sense from you. So I had good experience, but also experienced some of the noisy, excessive, because if you're sitting across the street and walking to the bookstore and all that, right? So I just want to get a sense from you on that. What measures do you put in place to control that noise? That's one question. Second is opportunity to extend the season on both ends of the summer? Are there opportunities that you just for summer maybe, on the both ends of the opening early and closing late?
Yes. On the noise front, we do have a sound technician, a resident sound technician. Henning is also someone that is very savvy and able to speak to the technical side of things in terms of decibels and so on. That's not my area of expertise. I will say this about the one particular individual, the busker that we took from the sidewalk. He actually plays on our patio with his same amplifier that he used on the sidewalk. And that music was often in front of the farmer's market. It's the same amplifier. It's amplified out into the community space. And this is the same busker with the same equipment that, that we showcased on the patio. So the noise is comparable. The noise that you would experience from the patio from this particular individual would have been the same if we would just leave him on the sidewalk. It's entirely different, I understand, when we're putting on a show. Absolutely, that's when our sound technician comes outside and regulates sound, and we have meters that we regulate sound with. It's very technical.
So special events, you manage them, right? But in this particular case of this particular busker, you can manage that, right? Or like if they're playing on your patio, right? Is there ways to manage that?
We could absolutely regulate him as well.
Okay.
But we also recognize that we're dealing with artists, and different artists have a different way of wanting to express themselves. Yeah. We have not contained him or suggested for him to play at different levels. We have allowed him to entertain on the patio of his own free will. Not so much so for if there's any other kind of band or larger scale entertainment. Okay. No.
And on the extending the opening of the patio.
To extend it further into the season.
Yeah.
I don't know. Would we be interested in doing that? Absolutely, if our community embraced it and wanted us to get involved for something special. For instance, I'm going to say a Christmas festivities of some kind. We would happily engage that.
Okay,
and take a look at that.
If it makes economic sense. Yeah. Good. All right, good. I just wanted to identify the noise issue.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and I will take the chair back. Okay, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Any more questions, colleagues, to the proponents? Councillor Wright, the proponent? Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I'm just wondering, so with the noise in that, I mean, it's not just the live music that would cause noise on the avenue, right? I mean, you've got other patios that pipe out music, right?
Yes,
so,
correct.
And so I'm just wondering, I'm just looking online here, I was just wondering, like, to mitigate some of that noise from spreading into the surrounding neighborhoods, is there any ability to put on a roof structure or anything across or canopy?
Yes, well, what's interesting about our patio is that because it wholly sits on private property, our speakers are actually pointed inside of our property as opposed to patios that are spilling out onto the public sidewalk, and their music is actually on the sidewalk and spilling out into the road. Okay. I think our music is it's very regulated. We've heard through this process that there are noise concerns, but we have not had people come to us and express concerns with noise.
No complaints directly?
I would also point out that, we're sitting on 5 lots. If we were 5 individual buildings with the ability to spread out and have 5 different patios for various pubs, restaurants, and what have you, I think that level of noise would be also problematic. We're just a very old business with the live entertainment component. We can work with administration and regulations on what their expectations are and what they think are suitable. But I do think it's the benefits of having live music for people to enjoy outside is extremely important.
And you
Perhaps
don't
now-
have any direct residential area.
The nearest neighborhood south to us would be Leduc.
Really?
Because we're sandwiched between Gateway and Calgary Trail, so there's no residential. And,
Okay.
however, our nearest neighbor to the east, respectfully, is I forget the name of the building, the apartment building beside the new MKT development.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And then as far as the marquee signage, I mean, right next door, you've got the Princess Theater who has that signage, and wouldn't that sort of lend to the historical era, I guess?
You know, I have personal thoughts on that, and if I may, I'm devastated that we've lost the Princess Theater. I think it's an absolute shame. It's a business that we actually were reaching out to a number of years ago and thought that we could do something to help them, because we're somewhat related in business style. But unfortunately, I think their time has come. The building is not in good condition, and I think the sign is probably beyond being saved. We considered our sign that we worked on with City Neon to be something that is similar to the era of the Princess Theater signage, which we feel is probably not going to exist that much longer. We think it's a good fitting sign for the neighborhood, but I understand that not everyone feels that way.
So, but I mean, that type of signage isn't unheard of along White Ave.
No.
No, okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So that concludes the questions to both of you. And, I know it's been rough during COVID, but thank you for persevering through those difficult times and wish you all the best. Yeah, right. Yeah. Next, we will go to members in opposition. Jim Ortlieb, if you could please come up to the front. And Mark Wilson is joining us remotely. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing my objections to the commercial hotel rezoning proposal. My name is Jim Ortlieb, and I am both an investor in the commercial hotel and the son of Herbert Ortlieb, who managed the hotel for over 40 years. In all that time, my dad never considered requesting the type of changes before council today. Herb understood that bars were places of adult entertainment, were not desirable to all members of the community, and that family and community were more important than short-term financial gains. If he thought it made sense to have a massive outdoor patio and concert feature at the commercial hotel, he would have built it 40 years ago. He did not. I have sent a more detailed written brief to the city clerk, and hopefully it has found its way to you. The brief entangles a fairly complicated and interrelated set of bylaw changes, all of which go to undermine moratoriums on new bar licenses and 200-person capacity caps on existing bars located in Old Strathcona, as established by City Council in 2003. Since most of you on Council are probably unaware of why the Old Strathcona community first approached City Council to make those changes, let me review the circumstances behind these protective measures. The saga of Electric Avenue is a reminder of what can happen when you don't prioritize community. As a rip-roaring collection of bars located in Calgary in the 1980s, Electric Ave was an awesome place to party until it wasn't. There was no balance between the daytime needs of the community and the nighttime desires of drunken visitors. Eventually, fun times gave way to beatings, stabbings, shootings, and the demise of not just bars, but many businesses unrelated to the chaos. Decades ago, Old Strathcona was moving towards a heavy nighttime bar scene with the predictable outcome of undesirable behavior by patrons. Fortunately, Edmonton City Council was able to intervene and created a moratorium on new bar licenses and a cap of 200 persons per license. Since then, a favorable mix of daytime businesses like shops, restaurants, and professional services have balanced the nighttime bar business. The proposed bylaws will erode the moratorium and capacity caps put in place and once again expose Old Strathcona to the risks suffered by Electric Avenue. The brief you received speaks to each of the loopholes created by the bylaw changes. In short, this attempt to remove all capacity protections for Old Strathcona is not a community-driven request. It's not a city-driven request. The zoning application before you is a carefully contrived and convoluted set of bylaw changes crafted by the law firm Denton's for the exclusive benefit of the commercial hotel without consideration for the community. Let me finish by saying, do not be conned into believing that the commercial hotel needs this bylaw to be successful. My father was very successful for 40 years by looking after the goose that lays the golden eggs. He easily understood that a healthy community would want to visit Old Strathcona in large numbers, and all he had to do was welcome a small percentage of visitors to his establishment. This bylaw will result in the type of devastation that terminated Electric Avenue. Crime and violence equals no visitors, equals out of business. Through their own fault, there's a good chance that the current owners may not survive, but the commercial hotel surely will. Built in 1912, the hotel has weathered World War I, the Spanish flu, the Great Depression, World War II, the Cold War, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, Reaganomics, the dot-com bubble, housing bubbles, inflation, recession, stagflation, and lots of different owners. And maybe some new owners is just what the old pile of bricks needs. Do what's right for Old Strathcona, and you will do what's right for the commercial hotel. I thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to Mark Wilson, joining us remotely.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi, members of council and city administration. I'm Mark Wilson. I'm the co-owner of Vividprint, proudly located on Treaty 6 territory on White Avenue. I've operated the shop here for over 15 years, have served on multiple terms on the executive of the Old Strathcona Business Association, and I'm currently serving as past president of the Garnet Community League and have resided in the area for 55 years. I am speaking today to voice my opposition to the proposed bylaws. Old Strathcona is a successful and vibrant community today because it achieved a balance some 20 years ago when limits were set on the number of bar seats available on the avenue, allowing for a healthy coexistence of retail, food and beverage, and entertainment activities. This limit prevented the area from turning into one long strip of bars, such as Jim mentioned, Calgary's infamous Electric Avenue. I'm certain you all remember that allowing that sort of concentration of bar patrons led to a high incidence of crime and violence and all but decimated the non-bar activity of that area. Allowing these bylaws to move forward today sets a precedent which would destroy and undermine the delicate balance between the daytime and nighttime economies of Old Strathcona, both of which serve an important function to the continued vibrancy of our community. In reading the rationale for the bylaw, I've found several areas of concern. From the city's prevailing analysis, outdoor patios only operate a few months of the year and are typically quite small due to the lot size and historic building development pattern in the area. The City of Edmonton's own patio guide indicates that one of the, quote, exciting updates for 2023 is an option for seasonal, April to October, or year-round patios. To suggest that the patio will only be operating a few months of the year in the analysis is misleading. There's nothing to prevent Blues and White from putting up some tents and heaters on their patio and operating their bar as a year-round 500-seat mega club. The analysis continues that excluding patios from public space calculation will allow for more flexibility for small establishments without undermining the intent of this public space restriction, which is to encourage smaller scale establishments. My concern relates, as was mentioned earlier, specifically to the issue of inclement weather. We have no shortage of violent storms and downpours during our Edmonton summers. In inclement weather, occupants from the outside will move into a building. Is there adequate exit capacity for combined occupant load? The owner must decide whether to limit the number of patrons to the exterior or provide additional exits to achieve the required exit capacity. If the business is at capacity, patio patrons are not permitted to occupy space inside the building. And I can tell you, as someone who worked as a bar manager for about 10 years, when it started raining, folks weren't about to leave a pint of beer on a table and leave the establishment. We always had to set aside capacity inside our building to accommodate for this sort of regular event. So are the 709 patrons during a special event of the proposed patio going to cram into a space designed to hold 333? With the current uncertainty regarding outdoor seating capacity limits being set, it would be difficult at this point to move forward until that determination has been made. Finally, there's the issue of noise. And on White Avenue, there's an expectation of noise, certainly. The question of excessive noise has not been satisfactorily addressed in this proposal. Over the past 2 summers, there have been multiple instances where I've had to call Blues on White in the commercial hotel to politely ask them to turn down the patio music. Each time my requests were ignored. If I wanted the music in my shop to be the blues, that's what I would play. But if I can hear the music from the patio, whether live or recorded music, half a block away over the revving of cars and motorbikes on the avenue, the preacher dude on the corner, while my door is shut, it's too freaking loud. Why should the commercial hotel be permitted to program the music and atmosphere for the patios and shops of an entire city block? While planning has earnestly suggested that building in some specific regulations surrounding the enforcement of the issue, the past history of the commercial hotel with regards to adherence to bylaws and regulations leaves me skeptical that these additional regulations would be respected. The commercial hotel did not bother seeking appropriate zoning before development. The commercial hotel didn't pull permit prior to development. The commercial hotel failed to follow the White Avenue overlay with regards to design. The commercial hotel ignored Alberta Building Code by failing to create barrier-free access to their patio for patrons in wheelchairs and persons with disabilities. Given their past behavior, it's difficult to accept the commercial hotel would consider following any provisions or guidelines set forth by planning should today's zoning application succeed. In regards to the issue of the marquee, I'd like to note that when the Varscona Theatre, a beloved local not-for-profit cultural institution, applied for a marquee during their renovation of its theatre a decade ago, it was rejected on heritage grounds. It would be a horrible double standard to have denied the Varscona Theatre this edition, but permit the commercial hotel an exception. And for these reasons, I urge Council today to reject the 2 bylaws before you. Last year, when this issue first made the rounds of the press, Tony Ruffo, Blues on White PR director, stated in a CTV News story on April 13th that, quote, "All we know is that this iconic club is in trouble and we are counting on a great summer patio to save this business." Yet 3 days later, on the 16th, Mr. Ruffo responded in an online post saying, quote, "The one thing my boss told me about my interview is I exaggerated the financial impact of the patio on our business." The notion that this development is somehow required to facilitate the continued viability of a historically significant building is disingenuous.
Sorry, Mr.
I'm
Wilson.
happy to report that White Avenue is rebounding and
Mr.
thriving.
Wilson, I'm sorry I already gave you 30 seconds more than you're allowed to
Sorry, thank you.
Sorry. Okay, questions, colleagues? Questions? Councillor Jans?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like, Mr. Wilson, would you just would you finish your thought there? How is business on White?
I'm happy. I was going to say I'm happy to report White Avenue is rebounding and thriving. Like vacancies are way down. Our neighbor Salish, who runs Next Act and Meat, has recently expanded PIP, has added Pals, and will be adding a 5th restaurant this summer. Fluvog have expanded their footprint on Avenue. And in a remarkable vote of confidence in the area, for the first time in that company's history, they have bought the building they have moved into. So as a vote of confidence in the area, I can't think of anything that is better than that. Packed on the corner is quite literally packed. Leopold's in the Strathcona Hotel is doing a bumping business. Like the Avenue, thanks to a lot of the initiatives with the city during COVID, has survived and weathered, and now is beginning to flourish, even in spite of the economy.
So I'm, as you acknowledge, this is quite a complex situation here. So may I ask, what do you think the capacity should be for Blues on White? 200 or status quo 331?
Well, I think to a certain degree they've been grandfathered, and they've operated at an advantage over other bars in the Avenue for many years, where the last 20 years, all the bars have had a limit. They haven't had that limit. I think setting the limit to what they have now is a reasonable one.
So would you agree that they could have the patio if the limit was held constant?
For sure, because I don't think that would allow for an increase in bar patrons. Again, what makes this avenue survive and successful, unlike what happened in Calgary, is that we've achieved a really remarkable balance between the daytime and nighttime economies. And it has worked. I mean, 20 years ago, it was looking pretty bleak. But when they set those capacities, we really we really discovered that we were able to maintain a vibrant community during the day and a great, vibrant entertainment community during the night.
So you would like the capacity held constant. The second thread I hear you saying is the marquee, and you would not like to see a marquee above the pagoda on the patio. Is that what you're saying?
I think I find it just a little odd that the city would reject the one going on the Varscona using the same bylaw and yet make an exception for blues on white. I mean, the one on the Princess is actually is falling off as Ms. Ortley pointed out, and I mean, I don't think it's long for the world, unfortunately. And it was always grandfathered in. That sort of marquee really isn't allowed on White Avenue, and it's not part of the historic area.
But there is a marquee that says commercial hotel above the venue already, right?
No, there's an awning. They have a permanent awning which fits the area nicely. They've done a nice job with that awning that they currently have.
So if there was an additional awning on top of the pagoda, would that be consistent?
It's a determination of the sign bylaw. I'm not sure on a pagoda.
Okay.
I'm not familiar enough with that aspect, but any kind of sign like that falls outside of the historic guidelines set forth for the area.
So the reason I'm trying to get clarity here because I need to get clarity from legal abung, like what is the actual question we're trying to answer here today at the public hearing. Then there's also the third concern, which I hear you stating is what I'll call neighborliness and a concern about maybe not ideal neighborliness of the proprietor. Is that, and that could include noise, sound, responsiveness to concerns, etc.
Yeah, and I think that's that. I mean, is for my operation primarily a concern when I have to kind of yell at my customers because they can't hear over Leo Martinez on a Sunday afternoon. That's a problem.
So my understanding though is I may not councillors may not be able to consider that as a public hearing item, but if there is a design flaw or something in the structure or the land use,
that's permitting. I think allowing for an exception. I think the change in the permitted number of people is the primary concern. I think I'm most concerned really about the change to the balance of the daytime and nighttime economies in the avenue.
Okay, so I'll get clarity on that. Yeah. If there was, say, a sunset clause put in or a measure of we could try this for a couple of years and see how it goes, sort of addressing some of those other concerns, how would you feel about that?
We've already tried it. We've had the last 2 years, and they've been unresponsive to our concerns.
Okay. All right. I have some questions for legal, Mr. Mayor, when we get to it.
Yeah. Thank you. So any more questions, colleagues? Seeing none. Sorry, Councillor Rice. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I do have one question to James. So the question and then in your letter specifically talk about it's a dangerous precedent for all developers in the city for the moving forward and build what they want, where they want, and how they want. So my question to you is this the first time our city doing this type of things, or we already have this similar situation that happened in the past and our city council approved the similar bylaw?
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure what other bylaws the city has dealt with, but for example, in Old Strathcona being a sensitive heritage area, it took me 3 years of consultations with the city heritage planning people, the Old Strathcona Business Foundation, and other stakeholders to get to the stage where we could all agree on the building that I built in Old Strathcona. That's in advance of the 2 years of construction. So there's a lot of effort that goes into doing a job well. And to just slap up some patio that's 3,000 square feet in size and 2 stories tall without a development permit, without a building permit, and without those permits, no one reviews the plans to see if it's wheelchair accessible or safe in any way. you know, as a developer myself, I really have a lot of trouble with that and the sort of precedent it sets for future development.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I do have one more question to Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
So in your response to my colleague's question, you mentioned we already tried in the past few years. Specifically, is there any safety concern and then during past few years trying?
I think it's difficult. The nature of the bar industry during the last 2 years was markedly different than it was in the previous years, owing to the fact that there were a lot of closures. I know from a personal standpoint that there was frustration amongst myself and the neighbors with the operator of that facility in terms of being neighborly. And I realize that's not a consideration in this instance, but it's a frustration and the potential for safety. If this is allowed, how many other bars are going to be able to increase their capacities? And I think what we noticed in the last 2 years is that because the capacities or the number of patrons was down, it also reduced the critical mass factor of the area. And as a result, we had less crime, less damage. The beat police have even noticed a drop in a lot of the nighttime. There's certainly an issue with daytime currently, but nighttime difficulties. And I think by allowing this, you're allowing the option for a lot of mega bars to crop up. You've set a precedent in allowing for this increase in capacity, and that's going to throw that balance off overall for the avenue.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I may have follow-up question to city administration.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans, are you just questions for administration?
May I ask another question of guest or Teep?
Yeah, I believe we'll just need to get a
I'll move the second round.
Thank you, Councillor Knapp.
Second.
And Councillor Rutherford, please vote.
I'm a yes. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yes. Councillor Curtin.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We're just waiting on one vote.
It does not pop up on my screen.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm yes.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all 12 votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Jans, to you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. To guest or Tlaib, sorry, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Closer than a lot of other people.
Port Leap, two syllables.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, yes, my apologies. So my question is, what is your current understanding of the capacity of the venue?
I'm sorry, that was a little quick. What was that question again, please?
What I'm the same thread I took with Mr. Wilson. I'm trying to understand how many, like, what is the current capacity of the venue, and what capacity is acceptable to you, and your understanding of what this adjustment would be with the additional patio space.
Well, for most bars, the overlay specifies 200 people. It may be the case that the commercial's been grandfathered to a higher level of about 300. And if that's the case, then that's what they're at. The space itself is good for well over 400. And, that's fine. It's a big drinking hall. It used to be several rooms in there, but they've all been amalgamated into one. And having more than that in one place, I mean, I've never heard anyone ask me, and I work in Old Strathcona all the time, ask me if I know a place where they can get a drink, because you can just fall down anywhere and you'll be in front of a place that serves a drink. And I've never heard anyone ever ask, well, we need more bars here or more capacity in bars. So I don't really see a need to increase what we have. We're trying to establish a balance. And I'm not here, by the way, because I'm a shareholder of the commercial hotel. That's not why I'm here. I'm invited here because we're property holders across the street, and we specifically built a building that does not have capacity for bars or restaurants. It's all retail and office orientated. We are committed to bringing more to Old Strathcona than just more watering holes. And this could easily put our investment at risk, as well as ultimately the investment I have in the commercial as well. Because when Electric Avenue collapsed, everything collapsed for decades. It was sterilized. And
So if I understand, the concern is not the patio per se, it's the capacity of the increased patrons. Is that right?
yeah, I think they should have
Okay.
a patio. I don't have a problem with a patio. It should be built to code. The current one was built as a temporary structure, so it should be dismantled. They should apply for a proper set of permits and then rebuild whatever they're permitted to build and incorporate it into their business. They should do that.
Okay. But the concern is so long as they stay within the appropriate grandfathered, grandparented number. That's your position.
That seems fair to me.
Okay. And the marquee?
I think it's a good idea. They have a lot of different entertainers through there, and letting the public know what's coming up, I think that's a benefit to the community. So I would say the marquee's a good addition.
Okay, and the general concerns about noise in the area, etc. Sounds like we can address some of those conduct issues elsewhere.
Well, those are big issues, and I wasn't particularly thrilled with the way Mayor Sohi's question was answered about noise. Obviously, he was in Old Strathcona. He felt the noise level was quite high, and the information given to council today was that there was some busker with his little tiny amp that was irritating the whole avenue. That's not the case. It's the hotel's PA system that's the problem, and they have full control over that volume knob, so it's an issue.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Mr. Mayor or Madame Mayor, if it's still Councillor Stevenson, I would like to ask legal some questions when permitted.
Thank you. It looks like we're concluded with questions to our speakers. So we will go now to questions of our administration. So please feel free to kick us off, Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans, please go ahead.
Thank you. So to legal then, the question before us that we can only consider, am I correct in understanding the only question we can consider is the land use proposal for this space? Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor, that's the proposal that's before you. Is this an appropriate land use for this area?
Right. So past questions about conduct or following guidelines or policy, are those in scope?
No, there's other mechanisms in place at the city and other enforcement mechanisms outside of the zoning itself that for that particular past conduct that's being discussed that would be relevant, but is not relevant to this conversation.
And what about accessibility? Like it was mentioned having a ramp for accessibility, etc.
So I would caution against any sort of regulation with respect to those types of regulations, those types of regulations that would be dealt with through the building code. And that's something that would be dealt with through the Alberta Building Code.
So if this DC was passed now, does it effectively green light the wood structure that is there now? Or is it green lighting a permission, in which case the structure would still need to go through approvals and permissions, etc.?
The latter, Councillor Jans. This would still have to require a development permit, building permit, etc. So that whole process still needs to take place. This would just open up that possibility.
What about the questions around good neighborliness, PA systems, etc.?
So can you be a little bit more specific about
what
about
like for example, like it sounds like the structure installed speakers and the speakers are disruptive to other businesses in the area across the street. Is that again part of this DC, or is that another mechanism we have to look at?
I'd ask just planning for a little bit more in-depth analysis about what's contained in the DC, but I do believe there are provisions just about the configuration of the speakers. Yes, that's correct. So that configuration would be a live issue here, but outside of that, in the good neighborly policies, those would be separate and apart from the zoning.
Because I wouldn't want to necessarily, if there's a live band or something, I wouldn't want to say, you know, no speakers or no PA. But it sounds like there's general, you know, concerns about the operation that we surely have other bylaws about business operations and sound, don't we?
Councillor Jans, Claire here. Yep, that noise falls under the community standards bylaw. So that's enforced by municipal enforcement officers. And just to add on, so with this direct control, there are regulations written in to mitigate those potentially negative side effects. So at the development permit stage, the development officer can ask for details about the location, the size, the height of temporary structures, including signs, the location and use of outdoor speakers and amplification, screening, buffering, hours of operation, and if they're not suitable, they can ask for adjustments. So that's based on feedback that we heard throughout the process.
Right, and about the marquee piece, this would be the piece referenced by Mr. Wilson that another establishment was told no on a marquee. Why is an exemption proposed here?
Okay, I'm unfamiliar with the other location. We can do a bit of digging here to try to determine the rationale there. But the marquee sign in this case would be on the building, to be specific, not on the temporary patio structure. We've written regulations into the direct control that restrict, I guess, the brightness of the lights, so illumination, but also the flashing of the lights, so trying to address those concerns.
Okay. I guess I hadn't contemplated it being I guess I had contemplated a regular sign. I'm trying to picture an example here, but a backlit animated sign. Like I'm thinking of like a sign like Garneau Theater. It's not a distraction to the road or anything else. But if this was a active lights in motion, that could be another concern on just the question, like the action on White Ave. Am I misreading what you said?
Yes, no, I'm hearing you. If I could just ask clerks to bring up slide 5. So this is the concept for the marquee sign. It's not installed. This is what they would, Blues on White would apply for this, for development.
And would that go above the patio? Would that go above the patio or above the venue?
That's above the venue, right where the awning is
pictured.
right now. Yep, as pictured. So you could see it is backlit, but only for the text. And
those lights aren't motion, or what's the word, animated or whatever. Like they're not flashing like coming soon featured attraction or anything.
That's right. Yeah, so it's not digital and those lights aren't allowed to flash and the illumination is reduced.
Okay, I see. And finally, could you tell me what the capacity is for the venue?
The capacity is 331, and Blues on White was given a temporary capacity for the patio, where 100 of the 331 occupants could be on the patio at any given time.
Councillor Jans,
So are we?
Councillor Jans, sorry, you're just over time.
That's daylight savings time. I'm actually given an extra 60 minutes. It's
Thank you. We can come back for a second if needed. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Just again, remind me, what happens with the zoning bylaw renewal? The DC ones stay in place or are they overwritten?
The DC ones stay in place.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll just move a second round.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all 12 votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Jans, over to you.
Thank you. And then once again to administration. So effectively, what we're being asked to approve here today is a expansion or a approval of a patio, not an increase of the capacity of the patrons. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the decision is narrowly about the patio space, which is effectively there, but it would be brought up to code. It would be addressed, and our question is, to what extent is this an appropriate use of that side lot? Am I
Exactly.
zoning incorrectly? Okay.
Nope, you're right.
All right. Yeah. I have some draft wording for a potential sunset clause that I would like to propose. So I'd ask, Madam Chair, is it appropriate to move this now, or would that be a subsequent motion?
Sorry.
It would be appropriate to move it before the end of the public hearing, obviously before there was a vote on the bylaw. Yeah.
And sorry, before the end of the public hearing, prior to first reading?
Prior to first reading.
Prior to first reading.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Jans, maybe we'll just move to, well, we could just move to questions for further information.
That's correct. You can. Yep.
Okay, so we'll do that, Councillor Jans, and then we can come back to you for that. So this is an opportunity for any of my colleagues who have questions of any of our public speakers for clarifying questions that may have come up during the course of the public hearing. Just give a moment. Not seeing anyone. Okay, so with that,
If you would like to proceed to the motion, you may do so at this time.
Councillor Jans, over to you.
Sure. I'll put the do you want me to move the main motion, or do you want me to move the proposed sunset?
Proposed sunset, I think, would be most appropriate.
Okay, so as I'm pulling up the wording here, my rationale is basically that I think we've solved a number of the issues that have come up around capacity concerns. That's been addressed. I think we've heard that any structure will be brought up to building code, etc. I think, as Councillor Stevenson asked at the outset, I think it may merit taking a temporary measure here, just to, because we know in the long term that our goal isn't to is to fill in White Ave, fill in the smile, so to speak, and we don't want this forever, but we may want to revisit it. So as such, I would put forward a 3-year sunset clause, and the wording as such that exterior public space shall be permitted for a period of 3 years from the date of passage of the charter bylaw adopting this provision. Any development permit allowing the use of this exterior public space shall be conditioned to expire 3 years from the date of passage of the charter bylaw adopting this provision. So this, hopefully we would have time to see how the changes.
We'll just wait for someone to second.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. And if you wanted to briefly conclude your introduction.
Yeah, apologies. Yeah, and then if this if it continues to function in a good way, and we're seeing positive movement on the street, then that's great. And if it's not, then a future council has the chance to take a look at this in a couple of years.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Any questions on the amendment?
I apologize, Chair Stevenson. We're just confirming the exact spot that the bylaw needs to be amended in. So we're just confirming that with legal right now.
Great. And maybe just a quick question of process. Are we able to do further clarifying questions at this time as the public hearing is still open?
I believe you have a motion on the floor. So I think you have to deal with that motion now. Okay. And then we would deal with further clarifying questions. But if those questions are related to the motion, you could have that discussion now.
To Councillor Jans exclusively, not the public speakers?
I believe so, but I would confirm.
Typically, if there's a motion on the floor that affects the application, questions of clarification are allowed.
Great. Okay, so Councillor Wright, you wanted to ask the speakers, which speakers would you like to ask?
Sorry, Rose Ortley Bross? Would
You can, sorry, you can come down to the podium, please. Thank you.
And Tara's even holding my time. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Or clerks. Hi, I was just wondering, would something like that 3-year clause maybe inhibit or restrict you from developing that patio area further? Or?
Yeah, I'm grateful for the question. It's not something that I anticipated was even a possibility. I wasn't aware of sunset clauses. It would be something that I would have to take back to our internal group and consider whether or not that will have a positive or a negative impact. At this point, the patio is largely perceived for what it was, a temporary patio that helped the commercial hotel survive COVID. We wanted to keep it because it just proved to be so popular and so well received. To continue to invest and build the business on a patio that could potentially be jeopardized in 3 years from now, I'm not 100% certain. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit off guard. I'm not certain that that is in the best interests of the business going forward. I'm very quickly trying to wrap my head around that, and I'm not certain. I'm not comfortable with that, to be honest. I was hoping that there would be serious consideration for the fact that we have been the cornerstone of Old Strathcona. You know, we've been there since it was a hamlet. I'm shocked by some of the things that were brought up. The commercial hotel is actually a customer of Vivid Print, so that's caught me very off guard today. I have not received those noise complaints. I'm having a hard time answering that question.
Okay, so you've kind of been in a holding pattern for the past 3 years with that temporary, and then this would put you into a holding pattern for another 3 years, is that right?
And I think it could be very detrimental for us to continue to sort of invest and build our business as such, and then have to explain in 3 years from now that the patio's coming down. I can sort of explain it now. Mm-hmm. But in 3 years from now, and it could be that in 3 years from now, we would be looking at investing in building and developing on that parking lot. I'm not certain, but what I know for certain is that if the patio's not there, we're back to an unsightly parking lot with nothing but petty criminal activity, and that's not a good thing.
Okay. Oh, I thought I was getting close to my time. Thank you very much, though, for giving me your thoughts on that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, just to continue with the questions to the same respondent. So you said you weren't aware of the noise complaints?
I'm sorry, not aware of?
Not aware of the noise complaints.
No, I've never spoken with the owner of Vivid Print. No.
Okay, so had you been aware, I mean, I'm just thinking about how we get everyone to work together here. They're worried that, from what we heard, that it's very hard to conduct business sometimes when the music is so loud. And so you've never been asked to possibly turn down the music during the daytime?
Directly, no. But I'm hearing about these concerns today. And I think administration probably has the best solution for both the business side of the commercial hotel and the community. And I think, I would imagine that if we were successful today and we are returned back for applying for the building and development permits, that I would imagine we would become quite technical at that point and start addressing perhaps decibel levels and so on. which we could actually involve our sound technician. It's not my area of expertise, but we certainly employ someone who is extremely professional.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And I understand your concern about the uncertainty of a clause. And I'm just, to clarify, like, you understand, I think, that one of the big reasons for that clause is to see how the relationship goes with the sound and how it just rolls out in general, and then come back after 3 years and say, well, it worked or it didn't work. Basically turning this into a pilot program. Your thoughts on that?
Yes, I mean, that's absolutely concerning, because if we're continuing to build our business and we offer this entertainment and we offer a patio for people to enjoy, and then suddenly this patio comes up for further discussion in 3 years, I think there will always be people who will be for and against. Certainly there are many more people for than against, but I do respect people's input. And again, I think administration is hitting it really on the mark by working and enforcing with us what sound parameters we'll have to operate within, and the hours, and the other things. I also wanted to just provide some comfort for the owner of Vivid Print and Jim Wortley. The patio was, those are engineered drawings, approved engineered drawings. And when Fire was available during COVID, it was really Fire that came out and worked with us on building that patio. And they determined the size of the front entrance. There is accessibility. There is a ramp to the rear of the patio because our bar is also accessible. So we do have a number of things in place already because Fire dictated that upon us when we were building it.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Yeah, just one final question, and that would be, I think what we're talking about here, what we're hearing is just the idea that everyone in the area deserves to share the public space, which also includes the open air, the sounds, and things like that. So what I'm hearing from you is that you would be willing to work with administration and work with the folks who had complaints to find the compromise so that everyone can enjoy the space, understanding that there would be compromises.
Yes, 100%. And we need to keep in perspective that the patio is open at 10 a.m. and the only live music is on Friday and Saturday evenings for approximately 3 hours, and then Sunday afternoons. The rest of the time it's just speaker music.
Okay, so it's live music on the patio on Sunday afternoons. I think that's probably where the catch point was. Okay, makes sense. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Thank you. So we have an amendment on the floor. Actually, Councillor Knack, can you take the chair?
I've got the chair.
I'm just wondering about the reason for the 3 years. So to the mover, Councillor Dans, just wondering your thoughts around 3 years and the thinking there, recognizing that, it does mean coming back to public hearing. If it was successful and.
Yeah, I think a sunset is necessary. I would be open to a slightly longer sunset.
Okay, so perhaps a 5-year, would that be a friendly shift?
Yep. Yeah.
I'll have to check to see if there's anyone who doesn't feel that's friendly on council to change from 3 to 5 years. I'm not hearing anyone speak up, so I'm going to take that as friendly, so we'll change that from 3 to 5 years.
Great, thank you. I don't have any further questions on that, thanks.
Then I'll return the chair.
Thank you. So I see a few other speakers. Was this to speak or to ask questions and specifically questions on the motion? Okay, Councillor Wright.
But Councillor Paquette was up first. Oh, now we
He would be a second round, so we'll
Oh,
go to
I'm
you
sorry.
first.
Okay. So Councillor Jans, I'm just wondering, hearing sort of the answer back in regards to adding the sunset clause and now extending it for till 5 years. Can you maybe address those concerns?
Well, I think there's a number of concerns that have come up today related to compliance. And while we can't consider past compliance, I think at the onset, we acknowledge that this space is a lot that in the longer term, we would like to see developed on White Ave, that we weren't contemplating in our planning as a city to have kind of mega venues. That's why there had been some controls here. I think that 5 years is ample time. We'll be able to see if not only the operations are successful, but also if the market conditions are successful. There's a lot of bars in the area that are not operating as they were 25 years ago. Now I'm looking at a couple that have flipped to more pubs or to restaurants or to bubble tea venues. So I think this gives some predictability to the proprietor, but also takes into account some of the other concerns we've heard from the neighbors and others. I also mindful that there's going to be conversations happening with our zoning bylaw renewal. And if we decide that we want to go a different way with venues, this would be a more fair way to make sure that everyone is included in that conversation. Does that make sense?
Well, given the proponent's reaction, I think, would this, I don't know, would this warrant like referral back for administration maybe to work further with them?
Well, I think ultimately it's not up to the proponent. I think we as council have to decide, you know, what is our vision for White Avenue? That already what's being requested is an exemption, is a special treatment, so to speak. So are we willing to provide that? And if so, for how long, under what terms and conditions?
So not just looking at the one.
Like we have to think about
business, it's the whole area in that DC one. Is that right?
Yeah. What's the long-term vision for White Avenue and what we want included?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette, were you to speak to the motion, or did you have more questions?
I'll actually need a second round. Apologies.
I'll move a second.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote.
Yes.
Councillor Cartmel? Thank
Yes.
you. Yeah, we have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. And just a reminder, these are, specifically questions on the amendment. Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. So to administration, this is an interesting one because if this was, I know where my opinion is just on land use, but land use also impacts the neighbors and things like that. We have to take that into consideration. So we heard that some of the neighbors have been impacted by the noise, the music, to a degree that they can't conduct business at certain times. How do we square that with the land use and bylaws for decibel levels, things like that?
Councillor Paquette, this is the line that we cross between the land use and the users. So if you have the ideal user of a space, then, okay, let me start again. Our land use in and around White Avenue, when we're looking at the compatibility of a live entertainment venue based on the uses and what we see in the area, it's perfectly compatible. You have a less than ideal user. This is where our other bylaws and laws come into effect. So we have our community standards bylaw for noise and nuisance, for example. We have other laws if there's serious behavior that got out of control, that kind of thing.
And Councillor Paquette, I would just remind Council that we do zone for the uses and not the users under the bylaw. And just a caution or reminder that, enforcement of previous actions under different bylaws wouldn't be a relevant consideration today.
Yeah, no, this is a bit of a raggedy edge question for sure. The land use and how we use the land, though, certainly probably should not be separated.
Councillor Paquette, if I could just add, we did hear this through the application process. So the regulations in the direct control are there allowing the DO extra discretion and power to alter some of the speaker placement and screening and that kind of thing in order to mitigate these effects.
Great, thank you. And maybe to Mark, sorry, Mr. Wilson. Having heard what you heard, that there's willingness here to make some compromises and to align things, if it gets codified in the land use, to align things so that the usage doesn't impact the business in the way that you'd all been describing, doesn't have the same impacts anymore. Does that sort of change your stance a little bit?
It's difficult because, I mean, as the proponent pointed out, she had an artist on stage who controlled their own volume. I mean, it's in some ways she's admitted that it's out of her hands. So it's about compliance, and I have difficulty, given that I've had to call their front desk repeatedly and was told, basically go pound sand. And even indicating that she was unaware that there was noise issues, even though it says right on the development officer's notes that one of the common comments heard was worried about more noise from more larger patios in the avenue. I find this difficult.
Sure, but if we're being reasonable and looking at 5-year clause, 5 years is a long time.
5 years is a long time. I mean, and it's who knows? I mean, 5 years, who knows what's going to happen? It's a lot of businesses have been. A lot of my neighbors have been frustrated by this. Mike, who owns Mars and Venus across the street, I've been in his store when his windows have been vibrating. Like, I realize that again, this is there's a mechanism in place. How effective is noise enforcement been in this city? I mean, we only have to look at the issues surrounding car noise to see how difficult that is to enforce.
I don't think the commercial has getaway wheels. So we'll work on it. I really think the solution here is bylaw enforcement. The land use is that's what we have to focus on today. So it might tie a few of our hands here. So.
Yeah, and I guess the thing with land use is I worry about the precedent being set in terms of this opening up the avenue to further development and further increases in capacities of spaces.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. If anyone would like to speak to the proposed amendment, please sign up. And I'll note that we are 7 minutes ahead of our break. I seem to be the only one signing up, so I'll pass the chair to Councillor Knack.
I've got the chair.
Thank you. I just want to say, I appreciate the sunset clause. For me, it's, I agree that we actually have other tools and mechanisms to support the proper operations of spaces so that everyone can be a good neighbor to each other. For me, my interest is ensuring that we continue to contemplate higher and better uses for the site. I think a patio is a great interim facility to support vibrancy, but in the long term, I really would love to see more development in that space on that property. So that's why I'll be supporting the amendment as it's been brought forward, and I will take back the chair.
I'll return the chair.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, just really quickly. This is, just from a land use, this is fine. From the human perspective, it's a little more tricky. We've got people who are apparently opposed, but I don't think they're as far apart as who both probably do not like this for their own reasons. One, the commercial really doesn't like this because it doesn't give them long-term surety. 5 years is better than 3 years for sure. For folks who have been affected by loud music and felt like they had no recourse, 5 years can also feel like an eternity. So, you know, I'm not actually a big fan of this clause. My preference would be to vote against it, but considering that we've got to pick Solomon's way here, I think this is the best approach. So I will be in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Jans to close.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Please vote.
We're just, we have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that's carried. I believe the next step, we would have just general other information that arose during the public hearing before closing the public hearing. One more opportunity.
Yeah, if it's your pleasure, we can look to other information once again if there's need to.
Great. Just want to make sure. Okay, not seeing anyone. Councillor Jans, did you want to move closure of the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote. Councillor Tang? We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Councillor Jans, would you like to move first reading?
So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford.
Yep. And
Would anybody like to speak? Please sign up if so. I'm not seeing any names, so I will call the vote.
We have all 12 votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Jans, are you moving second reading?
So moved.
second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all 12 votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. And Councillor Jan's consideration of third reading,
So moved.
seconded by Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, second.
Please vote.
We have all 12 votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Councillor Jan's third reading,
So moved.
Second.
and please vote.
We have all 12 votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. So that concludes items 320 and 321. We'll be on a brief recess until 3:45, and we'll come back to items 322 and 323, our final items of the day. Thank you. We are on recess.
Good afternoon. We are live again from council chambers.
Thank you. Welcome back from our recess. I'll start by going through a quick roll call to confirm council members back. Councillor Wright?
Here.
Councillor Knack?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe?
Hello.
Councillor Paquette? He may be joining us in a moment. Councillor Tang?
Good afternoon.
Mayor Sohi's on city business. Councillor Hamilton?
Afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Hello.
Councillor Salvador?
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice? Councillor Rice? Okay, and Councillor Jans? Councillor Jans?
And I believe we just heard Councillor Paquette has joined online as well.
Great, welcome.
That's correct. I just had to put away my chainsaw.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. Okay, well, we do have quorum to begin, so I'll get us started. We are on item 3.22 and 3.23, and I'll turn it over to administration for a presentation, please.
Good afternoon. This application proposes a change in zoning from the U.S. Urban Services Zone to the RF3 Small Scale Infill Development Zone for a site in Inglewood. The proposed RF3 zone would allow for a mix of small-scale housing, such as single-detached, semi-detached, or multi-unit housing up to a maximum of 17 principal dwellings. A plan amendment to the West Ingle Area Redevelopment Plan is also proposed. Next slide, please. The site is located on the northeast corner of 128th Street and 113th Avenue and is currently vacant. It is immediately surrounded by small-scale housing, with the exception of land to the north, which is used as a school and associated open space. Next slide, please. This is the third attempt to rezone this site in the past 3 years, with the previous two being refused by City Council. Through a motion at the June 8th, 2021 public hearing and further direction from Executive Committee on April 27th, 2022, administration attempted to acquire this land from the previous landowner. After several months of negotiations where administration offered fair market value and signed a tentative deal, the land was eventually sold to Amric Land Development Corporation, who is the proponent behind this application. Next slide, please. Administration engaged the public through a mailed notice, information on the city's webpage, and site signage. We heard concerns over the loss of open space in the neighborhood and the impact on the viability of the school, as well as increases in traffic and parking congestion. Next slide, please. In response to the concern about a perceived loss of open space for the neighborhood, administration assessed the provision of open space in accordance with BREATHE, Edmonton's Green Network Strategy. It's within the Inglewood neighborhood boundaries and within 400 meters, which is 5 minutes walking distance from those boundaries. BREATHE considers open space provisions based on 4 criteria: supply, distribution, quality, and diversity. In terms of supply, Inglewood has 6 existing parks totaling approximately 15 hectares of publicly accessible open space, and this amounts to roughly 2 hectares per 1,000 people. This value is consistent with the goals for new neighborhoods found in the Urban Parks Management Plan. In terms of distribution and diversity, the majority of Inglewood residents are within 2 minutes walking of a park site, and all residents are within 5 minutes walking of a park site. The parks serve a diversity of functions, including wellness, celebration, and ecology. In terms of quality, a condition assessment of Inglewood's open space was conducted in 2019 as part of the Neighborhood Renewal Program. In general, Inglewood's open spaces were determined to be in good condition, with deficiencies addressed through the neighborhood renewal work. Administration's determination is that the neighborhood is served by an adequate supply of open space that is accessible, provides a variety of functions, and is well connected. Next slide, please. This application aligns with the targets of the city plan to add 50% of new net units through infill citywide. Next slide, please. In conclusion, administration supports this application. It is compatible with the surrounding land uses, and it aligns with the infill objectives of the city plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We did have 2 speakers registered in support. I see you're just for questions only. Yeah, you're okay. Did any of my colleagues have questions for our speakers in favor? Not seeing any. I'll turn now to our speakers who are in opposition. So I'll read out your name. If you are in person, I just invite you to come down to the front where you can be seated in a panel. Chad Oman, I see you're for questions only.
I also have a presentation.
Oh, okay, great, thank you. Daryl Niedermeyer, I see you there, hello.
Hello.
Reg Kantz.
Yeah, hello.
Hi. Nada Handus.
Hello.
Hi there. Christy Wendell.
Yes.
Hi. And Angie Teliani.
Hi.
Thank you. So you'll each have 5 minutes to speak. There's a timer you should be able to see on your screen, and I'll let you know when your 5 minutes is up. You'll all have a chance to speak, and then there'll be an opportunity for my council colleagues and I to ask any questions that we may have. So we'll start off with Mr. Oman. Over to you.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and councillors. Thank you so much for having us today. I present myself today in opposition to the proposed rezoning from urban services to small-scale infill development zone. And also, if required, I come to you as a representative of the Inglewood Community League, of whom I have the great pleasure of fulfilling as the role of the treasurer. I've been a resident of Inglewood since 2019, and I'm presently a prospective first-time homebuyer looking to buy our long-term home within the neighborhood. I'm particularly proud of our neighborhood and our reputation for being a unique but very warm, welcoming neighborhood for all. This application to rezone the green space behind the Mac Islamic School comes now for a 3rd time to council. And frankly, most of us are exhausted in our efforts to protect this green space. The city's urban parks management plan identifies a minimum target of 2 hectares of parkland for 1,000 people. If the city plan is to project a future city population of 2 million people, Inglewood is projected to be gravely underserved. We must look at the potential that our neighborhood population doubles in the coming years as older homes are pushed over and subdivided for infill. City administration previously calculated Inglewood's green space to be with the population of 2.17 hectares based on the 2016 census. It was then calculated in 2019 to a reduced 2.13 hectares. When this land came up to council in 2021, Greenstone Apartments across the street had abundant vacancy, and this is still true today. It could be argued that the promised green space in the Camsell Hospital development, and indeed, we've been under the impression that we would have that green space there, but we still haven't seen it developed. In fact, the Camsell has been under development for some 20 years, and it's still not expected to be completed in this decade. The variables and factors are still up in the air, do not resonate with confidence in the community. And also, with that in mind, the Camsell Pocket Park would be similar to that the Baywood Apartments have, and it's not part of the city inventory. And it's, I don't see residents using that land other than the people that live there. As our community densifies, we'll be sharing our treasured green space with more and more people. Additionally, and more importantly, once this land is developed, we will never be able to restore it back to its natural state. I'm also deeply troubled by the history of this land as well. When the Catholic School Board sold the school to MAC, there was an understanding that when MAC could afford to purchase this lot, they would sell it to them. Instead, the board took it to the market without notice to MAC. I'm frustrated that the community now has to be before council a 3rd time and wonder if we would be still having this discussion if it was a public or Catholic school. It's incumbent upon us as citizens and neighbors to ensure all children have access to a safe outdoor space to play. I also do have concerns that there's a possible 3rd-party interest in this application that hasn't been disclosed. In 2019, the land, lots 17 through 20, were purchased by Limac. I believe that up until now, it's thought that all 4 lots were sold to the new applicant, Amric. As of last night, the Alberta Land and Title Survey Spatial Information System shows that there's 2 titles between these 4 lots. Lots 17 to 19 belong to link number 0015355114, while lot 20 belongs to link number 0015257106. I was able to locate a transfer of land document received on December 14th of last year for lots 17 through 19. However, a similar document is absent for lot 20. I believe that with that, lot 20 is still owned by the former developer and applicant. If this is the case, Limac still has interest in this application and has me wondering if an applicant can make a claim for a property that they possibly do not own. This application is otherwise materially no different from the last application, which was refused by City Council on June 8th of 21. This is essentially relitigating a decision made by formal council, and respectively, enough is enough and no means no. Thank you to Council for your time and careful consideration of this critical green space. I'm happy to take questions as myself as a resident or on behalf of the Inglewood community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Oman. Over to Mr. Niedermeyer.
Mayor Stevenson and honorable councillors, thank you again for your time, your patience, your energy for such a long meeting. Although this is the last item on the orders of the day, I hope your energy and patience will endure. And thank you also for the time that you have taken to read my written submission. We last had discussed this issue almost a year ago. Those of you who served in the previous council will remember that we just dealt with this issue twice before, so 4 times in the last 4 years. And in 2021, the application, which is not substantially different from the application today, was turned down by council in a 3-10 vote. City administration supports the developer's request, and they base that apparently on a number of claims. 1, the proposed zoning is in conformance with infill objectives of the West Ingle Area Redevelopment Plan. However, as demonstrated in my written presentation, according to the Area Redevelopment Plan, this property is specifically excluded from the area designated for small lot housing. 2, redevelopment intensity is compatible with surrounding land uses and the same as the zoning for the majority of the neighborhood. This is not a correct statement. The 3-block area immediately to the north and west will house over 1,000 residents in the next few years, while an existing 14-story boardwalk tower exists to the southwest. Administration neglects to mention these high local density areas. 3rd, any new zoning should match the, quote, majority of the neighborhood. But zoning homogeneity is not best practice in an urban environment. Livability requires that zoning also include local shopping and services, places to worship, and green spaces. And finally, administration argues that because the land is in private hands now, the city has no option but to recommend that council agree to whatever the new owner asks of it. Inglewood is densifying. Growth has been averaging 8% every 5 years, and that's according to the city's own census. Administration correctly states that Inglewood today is at the minimum green space threshold. But even in the breathed strategy document, administration also agrees that given the current projections and development that is currently in flight, we will be under that threshold in very little time. Administration dismisses this by saying all residents within 400 meters of a park of the immediate neighborhood are within 400 meters of a park in the immediate neighborhood. But this is cold comfort to a school of over 300 students who will now have to walk over half a kilometer to find a green space for recess. There are also issues that the administration does not address in its report. By declaring this green space as surplus, administration is also obligated under the Urban Parks Management Plan to conduct a recreational community needs assessment. No assessment has been done or has been is in flight by the administration. The Alberta government standards require that a school playground be within visual sight of the school building for safety reasons. These requirements also require that playgrounds must be of sufficient size to meet the requirement of various sports. For example, an under 13 soccer pitch requires an area of 90 by 45 meters. The new owner has purchased this land knowing that it was zoned as urban services. Now, it's not clear who that owner is, as Mr. Ullman just recently mentioned. But whoever it is, they are a wealthy and resourceful company, and they will do what these require which is to adjust and adapt. If you choose to reject this application, the owner has options that he or she or they can pursue. They can use it for another urban services approved use, or they can sell the land to another organization. But let's look at the impact of approving the application. It will render an existing school non-viable, and that is what the administration is recommending, that this should not be a viable school. This could in turn erode the community's multicultural and multi-ethnic character, which Inglewood supports and of which it is proud. And it will reduce the amount of parkland per resident to a level below which the city considers acceptable. Any provision for the neighborhood to return to this minimum threshold will require the purchase and demolition of existing buildings at taxpayers' expense. For these reasons, I ask you all to please vote no to these bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go now to Mr. Cons.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's time and patience, and it's been a long day. I've got my connections to Cloverdale or to Inglewood actually are 40 years long. When we first moved to Edmonton, we bought our first home in Inglewood, lived there for 20 years, live in another neighborhood now, and are in the process of building 3 net zero homes in just diagonally southwest of the property in question here, with plans to move back into the Inglewood neighborhood. So we've got an investment, we've got a stake in the neighborhood. Our children played soccer there, went to school there. My wife worked at the council when it was open. So that's my background. I would like to echo all the written and verbal comments that have been made and encourage councillors to review all the written submissions because they go into a great amount of detail. I'd just like to give an example of where, in my opinion, the administration's report is a little bit short-sighted, and there's a gap between the reality on the ground and the circles that you can draw on a map with a compass. So perhaps it's true that X number of residents are within X number of meters from a park, but keep in mind that to the west, anybody who wants to go there has to cross the St. Albert Trail, traverse the parking lot at the Westmount Shopping Center, and get into the park, Coronation Park. To the east, you have to cross 127th Street and 124th Street to get into that long park that used to be railway tracks. Anybody with small children or mobility issues, quite honestly, is taking their life in their hands, trying to get to that green space, and won't avail themselves of the opportunity. So that's one example where I think administration may have been cherry picking some of the information they're sharing with council. I'm not going to repeat what Mr. Niedermeyer and Mr. Owen provided, but I would like to bring up 3 concerns. One is economic, one's social, and one's environmental. First of all, given the fact that this property, my understanding, is not serviced, there's, in terms of water and sewer and things like that, that adds a huge additional cost to the development of the site. And even though the land use permissions are semi-detached, single-detached, multi-use, I think the fact that these properties are unserviced might put anybody who's thinking of, might put it out of reach of anybody who's thinking of building a semi-detached or a single family dwelling on that site. So slippery slope, line of least resistance is to go with the multi-unit housing, 17 principal dwellings. The literature that was shared talks about 17 principal dwellings. It's silent on whatever secondary or tertiary dwellings on there. So 17 may be the minimum, but what are we talking about? As Mr. Niedermeyer mentioned, and those maps showed, you've got all of these multi-story dwellings to the north, to the west, and to the southwest. It's just getting too intense for that area. So in my opinion, at least, going down the path of this rezoning is a thin edge of the wedge. And as Mr. Oldham said, enough's enough. So on to social. Students at the King's University did a study on urban heat islands. And Inglewood is one of the hottest neighborhoods in all of Edmonton. So a lot of that information isn't released yet, but they hope to get it into the public domain. It's a proven fact that the more people die when the temperatures are above 30 degrees centigrade than they are below 30 degrees centigrade. So given the aging housing stock of places like Bel Air Apartments, that's what it's called when I lived there, and other places, taking this green space out of consideration is potentially putting elderly and young children at physical risk to their health and safety.
Thank you,
because
Mr. Kant. I'm so sorry.
yeah.
You're
Oh,
out of time now. But thank you.
oh my, well, I didn't see anything, my timer wasn't going.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you.
Yeah.
though. Thanks very much
So,
for staying with
yeah,
us today.
if there's a question, I'd like to touch on the environmental because it's tied in. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Now to Ms. Handus, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Neda Handos, and
Sorry, can you speak up a little bit or speak closer?
Sorry, is this helpful?
That's better. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Neda Handos, and I'm a member of MAC Islamic Schools Parent Council. All three of my children attend MIS. Sorry. Can I just be called back? I just need a minute.
Yeah, of course. No worries. Did you want us to move on to another speaker?
Sure.
Okay,
Can I give my turn just at the end here?
Absolutely. You bet. No trouble at all. We'll go now to Ms. Wendell then, please. Ms. Wendell, I think you might be on mute.
Sorry about that. I'm already kind of choked up from her, so I'll do my best. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Christy Wendell. I've been a resident of Inglewood for 25 plus years. I'm in agreement with everything that has been mentioned, and I am in opposition to this rezoning. So I'm not going to restate everything we've already discussed here today, as those points have already led to the declining of this rezoning 3 times already. Instead, I'd like us to look forward and for you to consider the following additional points. There's no doubt there's a need for housing in Edmonton. Within Inglewood, there are plenty of other opportunities that exist for this through redevelopment of vacant derelict housing and issue properties, both single and larger lots. This would not only provide housing, but also increase the safety of our neighborhood without taking away any more green space. I say any more green space because Inglewood already agreed to hand over a planned green space park, part of the 124th Street renewal, to accommodate the Homeward Trust supportive housing facility. 2, in Inglewood, we continue to see immense growth and change with many diverse young families. School community facilities are going to need to expand, and the space is going to be needed. In the last 5 years, I've gone from handing out 30 chocolate bars to handing out over 200 chocolate bars at Halloween. School boards have stated 4,000 plus new student spaces are going to be needed for the next 2 years, in which provincial government funding has been provided for. Whether it's MAC that's needing to this space to grow, or perhaps if we were to now ask the Catholic School Board if they would still consider this surplus, I believe it should be maintained as is and not rezoned for residential development. 3, what precedent does this set for developers? It's ingrained in most of us when we're young that no means no. We are setting a precedent to all developers that if they pester long enough, ask again, or someone else asks on their behalf, eventually they'll get what they want, regardless of what is right. This will be the 4th time we're reviewing this rezoning in as many years. Lastly, and certainly of equal, if not greater importance, is the perception this will have. I feel this needs to be brought strongly into consideration, especially with the current day and age and diversity of inclusion and equality. Why is this green space retained as a school when it was St. Andrew's Catholic School, but now not that it's a Muslim Association of Canada Islamic private school? Should this rezoning development, with this rezoning redevelopment, it'll be removing access to a full-size school field for these young kids. This perception will affect poorly on our community, our council, our city, which is very concerning and heartbreaking. This space was originally established and intended for a school facility, and every child deserves to learn in a healthy, safe, and physically nurturing space. City Council's open space priorities, to Edmontonians states, the development and equitable open space system that meet the current and future needs of Edmontonians is crucial to realizing the big city moves as identified in the city plan, greener as we grow, rebuildable city, communities for communities. We have an opportunity today to do all of these things, to right past errors, and together do what's best for the future. If we don't take this opportunity, I feel we're doing ourselves, our city, and society a huge disservice. Thank you all for your time. I respectfully ask Council to do what's right and once again decline this rezoning request, and perhaps even consider putting forth a motion to secure this school space permanently going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wendell. Now to Ms. Taliani, please.
Mayor Sohi, members of council, good afternoon. My name is Angie Taliani. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today on behalf of the Management Committee of Mac Islamic School, which is located in the Inglewood community of Edmonton. Thank you, Neda. I'm sorry, I know parents like Neda are like the heart of our schools, so I know they just feel emotions, of course, and are very tied to it. And thank you to the other speakers for all your support throughout these processes over the past couple of years here, and we really appreciate it. I want to be clear that we oppose the proposed bylaws to change the zoning from urban services zone to small-scale infill development zone. This is due to many reasons, the main being, of course, that we're operating a school in the proposed location, and this will cut up the field adjoining to the school, almost by half. To give you a brief background, Mac Islamic School was opened in 2012 to serve the needs of the Muslim community of Edmonton, a diverse population that historically has been underserved, making the school so important to our community and to our identity. Parents travel from all parts of the city to have their children attend the most central location that we were able to finally secure in Inglewood at the time. So there are concerns in this area, which of course have already been spoken about, the safety of our students who use the field outside. The density of this area is already immense, with other buildings being built and surrounding the school with the construction. The street congestion due to increased traffic, the parking issues are increasing, giving parents little space to drop off their children. And I can't imagine what more housing will do for this already densely populated area. If dwellings are erected as proposed, they will back onto the school field, and there'll be no clear viewpoint of the school from that side. Plus, having construction on property that's shared with a schoolyard, I mean, this is a complete disregard for the safety of the school children. And our students need this outdoor green space, which is undeniable for their physical and mental well-being, of course. The rezoning would be harmful to the safety and functioning of the school, and we welcome counselors to visit the site and witness these challenges. Now, for those who don't know, we currently have two campuses, with the elementary school at full capacity in Inglewood and a junior high campus at full capacity in Dovercourt. So every inch of space within the schools is being used as efficiently as possible, as there is no more room to accommodate any more students, even with the growing demand and wait lists that we have. We've spent several years trying to secure other locations, but it has proven to be extremely challenging. And council may be aware that the MAC, like Muslim Association of Canada, is in the process of purchasing land from the city in the Evansdale community of Edmonton with the intention of building a hub and a school. However, that project still requires a few years before it is completed. And thus our intention, of course, is to remain in the central Inglewood location at the very least until we've built the north side school and have also secured a south side location both of which are needed before we can even consider moving locations. Otherwise, we may need all three. So just in case anyone is wondering about that. This rezoning application threatens the commitment we made to parents and to the community who invested in our school. MAC purchased the school land from the Catholic School Board a few years ago with the understanding that the adjoining specific parcel of land would remain a green space as the city wanted it to remain as such. Even though we've always made our needs and intentions known, we were never informed the land was for sale and found out later it was sold to a private developer. At the time, we reached out to the owner to try to find an equitable solution, but unfortunately the terms were unreasonable for us. And this third application was a surprise to us due to the lack of engagement from the new developers, which may not be a requirement, of course, but it would make sense knowing the history and risk they knowingly chose to take in purchasing the land. Moreover, it's disappointing and unclear why administration would support this proposal, given that it's already been denied twice by council. That being said, we sincerely appreciate the city's gracious efforts to try to maintain this land as green space by negotiating with the property owner and attempting to purchase the land at fair market value. Our hopes are that the city will continue to pursue this with the new property owner as the best possible solution for all parties involved, including our school children and the entire community. We strongly and respectfully urge council to vote in non-support of this rezoning application. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll circle back now to Ms. Handus if you are feeling ready to speak.
Let's hope so. Take two.
Thank you. And again, if you don't mind holding the mic closer to your mouth. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name again is Nada Handaus, and I'm a member of Mac Islamic Schools Parent Council. All three of my children attend MIS, and we've been fortunate to be a part of the MIS family for the last decade. Muslim Association of Canada and the Edmonton Muslim community established MIS in 2012. In doing so, they provided the Edmonton Muslim community, one of diverse backgrounds, an opportunity to an education centered around our faith, where children can grow to be better Muslims and better citizens. The opening of MIS in Inglewood was a dream come true for Muslims across the city. A central location meant that families from across Edmonton now had access to an Islamic-based education. With an incredible, dedicated group of management, admin, and staff, MIS, sorry. I think I'm going to waste my 5 minutes here crying.
No, please take the time you need. Thank you.
MIS continues to grow annually, and its increasing wait list is proof that Islamic education in our city is a priority for Muslim families, one that has been underserved for decades. Over the course of these 10 years, I have seen this area of Inglewood go from an empty, abandoned pocket to a vibrant, happy community hub. Children and families have brought life back into the area, and our dedicated volunteers have worked tirelessly to fund and build a playground for students and neighbors to enjoy. Furthermore, our students, families, and staff and admin have worked hard to make Inglewood our home and our school a part of this wonderful community. With over 300 students at our elementary campus, the current proposal threatens the safety and well-being of our students and staff. Firstly, it is absolutely imperative that our students have a place to run around, to get fresh air, and to be outdoors. Study after study has shown the importance of being outdoors and the impact it can have on our mental and physical well-being. Children need the space to move, to grow, and to be active. Not only would the proposed rezoning remove approximately half of our school field area, with a proposed maximum allowance of up to 10 meters tall, any future housing built to the south of the school will leave our students with shadows cast on the very limited remaining field. Furthermore, as the area has redeveloped rapidly, the greenstone to the northwest of the school now occupied, the traffic in and around the school site has been a nightmare. All this, and we have yet to see the Charles Camsell Hospital site directly to the north of the school, where it is expected to have 191 apartment units and an additional 20 units yet to be completed and occupied. As is, parking is extremely limited, and access in and around the school site has become hazardous, especially during school peak hours. Moreover, I've heard city administration explain that one of the reasons they are in support of the proposed rezoning is that the proposal is in line with the West Ingle ARP. However, the ARP, being adopted in 1985, almost 40 years ago, doesn't take into consideration that an elementary school building with 300 plus students and staff is home to the property adjacent to the proposed site. Although the applicant is not obligated to do so, it was disappointing to learn that the applicant did not take any initiative to consult the community or concerned neighbors after 2 failed attempts at rezoning by the previous owner, the latter proposal being identical to the proposed rezoning before you today. We would have hoped that the applicant in good faith would have reached out to address community concerns before a 3rd attempt to rezone. We urge council to vote in non-support of the proposed rezoning, as this decision will put our 300 plus students and staff safety and well-being at risk and will have irreversible negative impacts on our students, our neighbors, and our Inglewood community. Finally, we do greatly appreciate the city's efforts to purchase the proposed land and encourage council continue to push city administration to work with the new owner to have it remain as green space for our community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Thank you very much for staying with us and for sharing your thoughts. That concludes our panel. I can now turn to council members. We have 10 minutes remaining in our meeting, so I would just ask if my colleagues do have questions, please sign up, but we'll look to potentially move through the questions if we can. So I'll start with Councillor Rutherford. Questions to our panel?
Yes, so I will just go to Christy Wendell for a second.
Yes.
Thank you for being here today. I understand that you wouldn't be able to make it if we end up having this continue on the 3rd of April. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to go to you first.
Thank you.
Could you speak a little bit to, I think I was a bit surprised in the report, in the traffic analysis. Can you kind of, you know, as a resident that lives in there, that experiences that area regularly, can you speak to, you know, what it looks like, what the traffic is like, paint that picture for other council colleagues here?
Absolutely. And I've specifically noticed it a lot more periodically when I do have the advantage to work from home, especially during rush hour time, which coincides with the students being picked up. The speed of traffic going down 127th is crazy. Parking just outside my alley, around that block, you have the parents trying to frantically safely pick up their children. They're only allowed or capable of actually doing that on the far south side as well as the west side. The north side actually has the bus lane, the city bus lane on it, so that's inaccessible. And the 127th Street is just the one-way street with parking only available on one side. So parents and students are forced to cross 127th Street during that high traffic time. Yeah, it's quite crazy. And again,
and that's even before
mentioned, come down and look.
Yeah, and that's even before the CAMCEL is development and the seniors center is even housing people in that area, correct?
Correct. And they changed that so that you can only come down 127th Street and make that north turn from heading eastbound and going westbound, but not going eastbound. And the whole pretense of the redevelopment was to limit and slow traffic through this area and decrease the volumes. And this is just completely counterproductive to that.
Okay, and then to Mr. Niedermeyer, you in your submission, you had 2 images of the West Ingle area restructure plan. And one you said was redacted, but that one was interesting because it showed subdivision of the current junior high school field as subdivided. So I just wanted to get your sense of, do you know when that redaction happened? If you have any idea, I might ask that to administration, but I was curious your thoughts because I noticed that discrepancy.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Rutherford. That's an excellent question. I have no idea when that redaction happened. There have been 25 amendments to the West Ingle Area Redevelopment Plan since it was first passed in 1985. I could not find this particular map even though it has the heading information on it that matches actually map 6 from a previous version of the West Dingle area redevelopment plan. Could not find this map in any of the previous versions. So I have no idea where administration pulled that one out from, but it is not from the current version, which was consolidated in May 2022.
It's interesting because that was one of the first questions I asked when I was elected about, because I'd heard about that visual with the subdivision, and then now it's gone. So that was interesting. I'm going to move, I don't know what's happening with my audio, but I'm going to move that bylaw 20404 and charter bylaw 20405 be postponed to the April 3rd, 2023 City Council public hearing, to make sure we're giving this item due process.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to postpone this item. Just to the clerk's team, would that be the first item of business on the 3rd?
It's not guaranteed the first item, but I believe as the agenda is being developed, it would be clear, and that agenda would be published so public speakers could see when that would be on the agenda.
Great. Councillor Knack, you have a question?
Yes, so maybe to the mover, just around the timing, did you have any thoughts on that piece?
Yeah, I was under advisement that we cannot do time specific at this one. However, on the day of it will be my intention to move that this be the first item of business.
Thank you. Okay.
So that's what the intention would be.
That's helpful for me. Just a quick question to Ms. Inkman. I think we've only had a few of these scenarios in my time. So if we move postponement, the public hearing is open, but we cannot talk to, so if anyone reaches out from the neighborhood, if the proponents reach out, we cannot meet with them, we cannot discuss this application at all, correct? 'Cause the public
You're
hearing-
absolutely correct, Councillor Knack. It's an open public hearing, and all the information should be heard during the public hearing, which will come back on April 3rd.
I just wanted to remind myself that, and that was helpful. So if anyone
excellent-
reaches out, we cannot talk to them. Okay.
Excellent
I'd love to
clarification.
talk to everyone, but I can't. So, okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any further questions or comments before we move postponement? Did you want to close, Councillor Rutherford?
I just would close by saying I know that many of you have waited all day for this item, and I apologize that we have to postpone it, and there's no answer one way or another today that we're able to give you. I know some can come back, and I appreciate coming back again. As you've mentioned, you're all feeling very tired, and I understand that. I feel it too. But I just wanted to thank you again, as always, and everyone that comes to public hearing and any time before council for your time and your passion for community and for sharing so much great information with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all 12 votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. I just want to thank all of our speakers for staying with us all day, and I'm sorry we weren't able to conclude your item this afternoon, but very much appreciate you taking the time, sharing your perspectives, and we look forward to picking this up again on April 3rd. So with that, I believe I can adjourn the meeting.
No, we still have notices of motion.
Of course.
As part of the agenda.
Any notices of motions or motions without customary notice? Not seeing any, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.